Market wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? It's good to be back with you guys right here in, of course, Trade the Pool, guys. Excited to get to the action. It's going to be a great one today. Really ready to see what happens with the market today, as it's going to be interesting to see if we can hold on to the gains that we had this morning. As of course, yesterday on Friday action, we came back down and now starting to rebound into the morning. But you know how that goes is a lot of times we get the overnight action. We'll take a look at what's going on in the market. We'll take a look at what's happening right now. Of course, we got to dive deep into the market. So we got a lot to talk about. Let's first go into, of course, the playbook. We'll talk about some plays that are out there. The SPY kind of hanging in the symmetrical triangle that we drew, right? And that's what we want to continue to watch. Can we hang in there for a little bit longer? I think so. I think this week we'll at some point maybe start a break through this. But for right now, we're in the chop mode. Can we get above this? We'll take a look to see if we get back above the 752 level. If we look at the Qs overall, it's a very similar pattern, right? We drew this for a little while ago. We were looking for it to come up into this box. Eventually, we got the move, right? So now we're going to do the same thing. Can we come right back into this box up, right? So right now, we're almost there. If you look at it, we're at 721. So when the day starts, we're going to be on a gap up almost into the green box already. Right? Look how it kind of gapped up near that area. And I'm not being precise with that area. It's just an estimated area. But I think that we could get a little bit of a drive and then some chop back, right? So be careful today. I think it's one of those days where we could get quick drives, and then those quick drives can be short-lived. We'll see what happens with this in the market. Let's go to some plays. Let's actually take a look at some actual setups here into the market. Let's dive deep with today's playbook action. All right, traders, let's get to the playbook action. Let's take a look at different plays today. First one up we're going to take a look at is a long on Micron. So the long on Micron, of course, would be just taking a look to see what happens with the action here, as we've already gotten a little bit of a pop. We're getting the situation right now, of course, as the South Korean ADR hype trade, I'm going to call it. Of course, we have the SK Hynix that it just launched a blockbuster $28 billion ADR listing. It's scheduled to debut on July 10th. So we want to be watching that action to see what happens with this Micron, because I think that it's going to come for a little bit of a hype run. So right now we could look at it, and this morning it's already getting a little bit of lift above this trend line. So we look for any dips below that to kind of be the kind of dips to look for red to green action. So any dips below 1,000 going from red to green would be a play for me, or looking for a pop back quickly out the gates towards about, let's say, 1,040. So breakdowns below the 980s, and let's say 1,040 on the upside will be the alerts. We'll see what happens on this. As you can see, I already had an alert down here. I'm going to take that one off, but we'll take a look to see if this starts to make the move. I could see the drive coming in. And of course, with the massive listing expected to broaden out the global investor base, I think what we could see is a potential quick liftoff in these names, and then a sell-off as we get, of course, the listing. Why? Because I think you'll start to see some other players kind of sell some of their positions and go towards that as a rotationary play. But for right now, let's ride the hype of SK Hynix and see what we can get from this South Korea play. All right, let's go to another one here on the playbook. Let's continue in the tech space. As you guys can get my theme today, let's go GLW. This was a trade that I actually traded on Thursday here. Was able to make a quick trade in the green, but then it actually went red big. We've come back down to 200 from above 260s. So it's been a quick pullback. But the truth is, this is an easy way to now start trying to play what? Prior resistance becomes support. So I'm looking for an undercut of 200 and a move right back above. Right now we're doing similar action right now. We're looking at the action right there towards 207 this pre-market, looking for undercuts back below the 200, a quick sweep, and then a move back above. We'll look to see what happens there in Corning. All right, let's keep going with the trades out there. Let's go to a different play here. Let's go to a TSM trade. Of course, we took this on Thursday last time we were here, and this did get the lift, eventually coming down the last 2 days. Now we're back down off the lows. We're already back to 446. That's the only hard thing with TSM. I feel like it's already a liftoff. So if I did have to go after this trade, I would hope that it would dump big out the gates so that I can get a nice discount entry. But it looks great here above, let's say, especially the 450s. As we start to climb back into, of course, the weekly pattern. And if you look at the weekly, it has a tendency of just holding in here. So if we can get back up towards that level, I think eventually we could break out back above 480s and get to the 500s. We'll see what happens here in TSM. Can it get the lift? We'll see. All right, guys, of course, the theme right now is snapping back into action with kind of the tech trade. Right, so that's what I'm focusing on right here, because of course the NASDAQ is going to be focusing on that listing that's coming out, and I think that you'll see more and more conversations of memory this week. So hey, you know how it is. As last week action was, we could be kind of shifting into just more of a tech focus, and what actually starts to kick off. Well, next week, it will be the banks. So keep your eyes to see what happens on the XLF. That was one of the strongest areas of last week, to see if we see some more plays opening up. All right, let's continue the action. We're going to shift over now towards the Sunrise Report, where we give you what stocks are moving and why they're moving. Let's shift over now and take a look at today's Sunrise. All right, when we take a look at the Sunrise Report, the 3 days off did not, of course, resolve the argument that ended last week's tape. It stabilized it, though. We did see, of course, chip futures pointing higher at the open here. The Dow sitting on a fresh record after soft jobs coronation kind of coming in here. OPEC plus push for another 188,000 barrels into an already loosening oil market. So that could also, of course, affect things. You guys can see it right now as USO has just been on a straight free fall from that 150 and continuing down there towards the 103. Of course, this is the first read that we'll be watching today at 10 a.m. as we get ISM services to come in. This is the first read on the service economy since Warsh hawkish debut. We'll take a look at that to see what happens there as that comes in right towards the market at 10 a.m. And of course, the last macro print before Wednesday's FOMC minutes, which will be a really, really interesting read, right? Because the minutes, of course, release, it's a look back at the prior meeting, but it'll give us more of a view of Kevin Warsh's outlook. What is he really including in the minutes? What was talked about, right? Well, take a look at that. That's going to come in on Wednesday. But before that, we still got a lot of action to take a look at, right? And that 10 a.m. number today tells me to watch for some quick action, maybe whipsawing with that 10 a.m. number. All right, another thing to keep in mind is the 10-year yield. It's at 4.48. If that comes back into the 4.5s, that's when we got to be put on high alert. But one thing, of course, helping continuing the action in the Fed is the crude conversation. So if crude can continue to drop, well, inflation coming down, and we should see at least the next inflation numbers start to show some turn. All right, the overnight drivers, of course, with OPEC Plus pouring another month of supplies. 7 OPEC Plus members agreed Sunday to lift August output by a combined 188,000 per day. This is the 5th consecutive monthly increase, restoring roughly 940,000 barrels of voluntary cuts that began since the process first started. The move, of course, lands with the Strait of Hormuz opening normally, and Iran still paused during right now the recession period, during the holiday period right now. Brent is already at its lowest since the pre-war regime. This is, of course, supply pushing onto the market, and right now we could continue looking for that type of trade. All right, let's continue going out there. Asia chip stocks rebounding. Of course, the Cosby finished down 0.2, but starting to rebound with all the hype that I've been talking about with some of these tech names. Let's go to the action with some of the pre-market movers and take a look at the action there. We can take a look at any stock that you guys are watching in the chat. Of course, throw up those stocks in the chat. We'll take a look at some of those actions. Let's go to Meta here. This is up 1.4%, recovering from Thursday's decline, roughly 3.8% during the session, of course, as they release their cloud plan. And of course, I think this is an actual positive. I think this is an undercut and rally to look at on the weekly. So I know that this is a nice little pop and then a drop back down. Can we get the lift again today in Meta? We'll be looking for it. Of course, this one has already come back down. It's kind of hanging out there on the side right now. Could still come back, let's say, trying to undercut back into the 570s. But right now, I think with the action that we're looking for quick upside on tech, this is one to watch above 595s. We'll look to see what happens there in Meta as it's recovering from the quick decline. Let's take a look at Ondas as it's getting a bid here for maybe potential M&A action here. Let's take a look here. Ondas Holding, of course, announced Monday that it will be acquired here by DZYNE Technology for $875 million in cash and stock, adding to counter UAS and small tactical drone capabilities to Ondas autonomous system unit. This is the second large Ondas defense consolidation deal in 3 months. So a bid on M&A. And so it's acquiring a company, just to correct myself, it's acquiring the company. So now it's getting that smaller company, and this is why it's taken a hit this morning. It's just bidding for more and more defense to expand its outlook. Of course, this is a pure play defense drone platform against a Pentagon UAS budget that keeps on expanding. So we'll see what happens here and how the drones are affecting it. This morning, they were pulling back. Just to mention on those, I could see UMAC around there kind of pulling back, but we'll take a look at some different action. Let's go to this one that's down 6.8% this morning. Let's go to Zim. This is integrated shipping, down 6.8% as Israel government officials express public concerns about the company. The specific policy exposure was not detailed in the initial reports. But Zim is uniquely dependent on Israel's regulatory posture, given its home flag status and Red Sea route mix. Watch for the tape, of course. The headline follow through a 6.8% pre-market gap on Israel commentary is not something to kind of look at, right? I mean, I think this company could continue dropping too. I think you look at the setup here, it just looks like it wants to continue to fall. So if you're looking for some short opportunities, this one could definitely be one right out the gates. We'll look to see what happens there in Zim integrated shipping. Vera up 6%. This one's getting some health news, right? This is up 6% on July 7th PDUFA date, which is on its late stage NAFR-free. Oh man, this is one of those nice one. This is Nephra-Fanthly asset. So it's a binary regulatory read tomorrow. That's a preprint bid that is expected to show the patterns here. The setup is, of course, around either a launch pop or a CRL clip, not a fade. So we'll see what happens to this therapeutic name as it gets, of course, a lift off into the push. This is going towards the 45, trying to make the lift off. If you look at the weekly, this does look like it's starting to climb here. So even though this is not a name that I knew, I like the technical setup here. As you see the weekly, you can see that pure flagging action. And now that it's getting, of course, the date and the read here, it shows me more that, hey, now you're starting to get the lift. You're getting the lift at the right time. Seems like I'm not the only one looking at this name. And nice little pattern here to kind of hold, right? So what I'd be looking for is any undercut towards 40s. Looks actually pretty good here. So any move back down into the 40s could be a really good look there for VERA. We'll see what happens on that one as it gets a binary regulatory read tomorrow, right? So this could either be up, $20, $30, or it could be down, right? It's definitely a big bet, but not a bad one to maybe think about taking overnight. We'll see what happens. Not a bad one to think about, right? All right, guys. Of course, we got ISM coming in today. That's our focus print on the economic side today. The last service in May came in at 54.5. So, of course, we'll see how that comes in. That comes in at 10 a.m. Eastern. The 23rd consecutive month of expansion was business activity sub-index at 57.7. But the story's hidden underneath the price action right there. The price gauge at 71.3, the highest reading since August 2022. Employment at 47.9, contracting for the third straight month. So we'll be taking a look to see what happens here on the June print as it lands in a specific policy vacuum. Warsh, of course, gave his hawkish Sinatra debut 2 weeks ago, and the FOMC delivered a slimmed down statement, no forward guidance. And I think that's what we need to kind of keep an eye out to see what happens. The June NFP, of course, came in weak on Thursday, and Wednesday brings the June's FOMC minutes. This is the first service read since the market is trading before those minutes. We'll see what happens there. All right, let's continue the action. We'll take a look at what else is on there. There's a little bit of a light docket in the earnings side of things. Really not much. Q2 earnings season really is going to start to kick off Friday, July 10th. We'll start taking a look at that as Delta will be reporting. And then, of course, later in the week, we'll be keeping an eye out to see what happens, of course, with the FOMC minutes. Comcast is one to watch here, as Comcast Sky formerly agreed to acquire ITV's media and entertainment division for 1.6 billion euros. Let's take a look here. CMCSA, Comcast Corporation. Let me just click on it so it works here. There it is, Comcast Corporation, kind of getting that rebound here. Formerly agreed to acquire this for 1.6 billion, compromising 1.2 billion in cash. Sky Love's production unit, but it tied a separate ITV spinoff, studio spinoff. The deal is landing pad for last week's NBC Universal separation announcement. Also, SPCX is here joining the NASDAQ 100 before Tuesday's open. So watch for this stock to get a lift there. Now I think this is going to be a good action day to look for some space stock lift, because if it's joining the NASDAQ 100, you could see some players coming in even right now. So we'll take a look at it towards the open. Will SPCX continue its lift back? Will we see more lift off in these space names? Keep an eye on that action. A move back, let's say, above the 102s here for Rocket Labs would be an interesting one. I know Planet Labs has been hot as of late. We'll take a look to see if it gets back above the 32s. All right, there'll be more action, of course, coming up, guys. We got more coming up here. Of course, we'll get Michael Noss in just a second on. But, hey, guys, I'm excited for the week. It's going to be an interesting one and ready to see if we can finally get ourselves out of this. But knowing that, earnings season doesn't really kick off until the 10th, this is kind of a known thing, right? The lull into the earnings. So I think that's something that we'll focus on. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring on Michael Noss. Let's take a look at how he's doing. He's hanging in there. Did you enjoy the extra days off, my friend? How you doing?
Oh, I love these days because everyone's at school or work and all this stuff, and I just get to hang out. So I get an actual full day off with no one around, and it's just great.
Yeah,
time.
You got to enjoy it when you can, right?
Yeah, it is not very much that happens. Right? Usually now the downside is that I have to work during the Canadian holidays, right? So you take some, you lose some. You take it where you can get it, right?
That's it, man. That's the only way.
Let's pop over here, and I've got a cool Commitment Traders dashboard that I'm going to show you guys in a second. But I got a gripe with Claude. If you guys are listening, I'm sure Anthropic is tuning into the stream right now. They took all of my scheduled tasks and moved it over to Fable 5 from Opus 4.8. And then so when I ate up all my Fable 5 credits, all of my scheduled tasks stopped. So I had to go in and re-downgrade all of them. It's like, try it. And if I'm out of credits in Fable 5, it should just automatically default to like the next lowest thing that I have credits for. It was obnoxious. I'm sure they'll fix it. I'm sure it's just like an oversight. But yeah, it bothered me.
It's an oversight for the scheduled, right? Because even my chats don't change over. They give me the option if I want to go to Fable, but they usually stay on where I was on last.
Well, yeah, and
right?
you can go in and fix them. It's just I have like 12 scheduled tasks, so I had to go into every single one, which kind of defeats the purpose of AI, is to streamline these things. I had to go to every single one. I had to change it to Opus 4.8, and then eventually those are going to be outdated models, and I'm going to have to go back in and up. It's just do it, figure it out, man. Stop vibe coding your own stuff and have some people test it before you send it live, huh?
Yeah, I don't think they like the scheduled task. They don't like it, man. When we get a fully real co-work, like then we can do it a little bit better, right? Like where it's actually in our desktop. That's what we need more of, right? And that's what I haven't tried the Gemini Sparks. If anybody's tried Gemini Sparks in the chat, let me know.
Yeah, let us
I know it's out
because,
there.
yeah, it's been.
And then Claude has one, right? We have Gemini that has one, and also ChatGPT has one. I haven't used the ChatGPT one.
Yeah. For me, it's the scheduled tasks are like over half of the value. It's the fact that, I wake up and I sit down at my desk and it's like, I'll go through my, the hangover trades. And that's just something that happens every morning. It goes and it researches, here's all the things that were running yesterday and are gapping down and just all of these kind of automated tasks. That to me is what it makes it feel like I've got an assistant, right? Because instead of me telling it to do something and it going to do it, I just find things that I was repeating, even if they only took a minute, that I was repeating every day or every week or a few times a day, and just saying, listen, you do that and just send me the output for it. But yeah, they messed that up for me. All right, back to the market. Now, that's just in case anyone from Anthropic, I guess, is watching. Maybe I'm less likely to buy your IPO now. Maybe that's the spite I'll have, but I don't think they'll care. Interesting day on Friday, right? Or Thursday, I guess, if you were around with that kind of choppy action. But wanted to go through the commitment traders data, and there's not a lot in the way of changes. They're still more neutral than they were on the S&P 500 than way back here, right? Again, you want to be long when these guys are shorting, and they were shorting the whole way up. Then they move back to a neutral stance. I would love to see them short again. That would be a nice trigger to potentially hit new all-time highs there. They're still, not very long. The NASDAQ. So this is another thing I guess you could use this for. If anyone's telling you that, everybody is super bullish all of the time and, this is a crazy runaway kind of bull market, you can just show them the data. And, right, there are more bears than there are bulls out there when it comes to sentiment. And also, on top of that, there is more people short than there are long in the futures contracts. So there's no data out there to say that everybody is long everything, up to the hilt. It's kind of the other way around. So, kind of flat on the NASDAQ. If we take a look here in the energy sector and start taking a look at crude oil, there's really nothing to see here either. They're pretty much neutral on this one as well, as things have kind of come all the way back. We're back to like $68 on WTI. We take a look here in metals. I wanted to show gold and silver real quick because you notice that they're starting to very, very slightly starting to buy gold here. That's kind of the masses. The masses are starting to rotate into some of these precious metals. That to me makes the trade a little bit less interesting, right? If you were trying to buy gold and silver here, it looks like you are not alone. You are with everyone else in the world also trying to buy gold and silver right here. So just watch that. Every time I am with everybody, right, I'm a little bit worried about that. So when it comes to the dollar, you see a huge spike right here where they started really buying the dollar at this $100 area. And this is an interesting zone to potentially watch just because if you go back for a long time, you can see huge support kind of back here and then resistance over here. This 100 to like 101, 102 area, that's a big deal for the dollar. I've talked about the dollar in depth about how this is something that is important because it's if the dollar moves too fast, it becomes very hard for large institutions to kind of plan their lives. So if things are calm, then that's better, right? You can see this whole period of time in through here from kind of 2025. This is after April, right here in 2025 onwards. The dollar hasn't really moved much, and it's been great for stocks. And every time the dollar makes wild fluctuations one way or another, it's very hard for energy companies and large conglomerates that sell things abroad. It just gets harder to run businesses when this happens. So what we want is this rip here to be faded and us just to kind of hang out back in this range. That's one of those things, this could be part of, it's funny, I was talking about this rotation that we've been seeing for weeks and weeks and weeks into small caps from large caps. And I was like, this doesn't make sense to me, because if people are worried about rates, why would they want to be in small caps? And my trader buddy said, no, it's the dollar. It's the fact that large corporations are more sensitive to the dollar swing, which makes sense, right? If you're a mom, pa, a restaurant or something like that, you don't really care too much about the dollar. If everything you buy is local and everything you sell is local, and you're not a giant international company and you're not an energy company or any of those things, you don't really care too much about the dollar, right? So that might be an interesting thing. But just biggest move we've seen here from speculators in the dollar for a long time, since basically the beginning of the year. You can see that nothing happened in this chart, and then a huge spike a week or so ago. Last not least, Bitcoin. Slightly worrisome that they're loading into Bitcoin here at the same time I am, right? These are the things that will get me not necessarily out of a trade, but start to get me slightly nervous about a trade, in which I'm looking at this and I'm saying, there's a nice RSI divergence in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is looking really interesting here, but I don't like that everyone in the world agrees that Bitcoin's looking interesting. So it's a hard thing to be with the masses, but I am this time. So I'm just waiting here for a second until I'll come back in once I have my Claude dashboard happening. Because, I've wrote a whole dashboard that should wake up every weekend and should make this process nice and clean for you guys. But that's what I'm seeing. Now, when it comes to the S&P 500 and levels there, I think the easiest levels are looking at Thursday's high and Thursday's low. We have this kind of expanding range happening here, in which things are getting more and more choppy, which made sense for a holiday weekend. It made sense for a holiday weekend, shortened weekend, in which we had this big rip off the lows. This consolidation would make sense. And if you put that in this broader term, like delete this line doesn't mean anything, but we're inside this big range, and then we're also inside this small range, and we are in July. So those things are, right, big range, small range, and then July. That makes you think, okay, maybe we'll be choppy for longer. What I need in order to break that kind of choppy for longer is just a clean rip and close above Friday's high. Then we're in earshot of all-time highs. And speaking of all-time highs, right, if you just want a nice synopsis of, we are very much in value oriented small cap or whatever, it's the Dow making a new all-time high on Thursday, above 50,000. The meme of that lady screaming, who cares about the Epstein files? We're above 50,000. We are now back above 50,000, so great. And this is going to be a way more value oriented fund with the RSP.
Dow is at 50,000.
With the RSP, I hope everyone else heard that, but with the RSP being at all-time highs as well. Just very much it's been happening for weeks, man. I don't know how long.
Dow is at 50,000.
I don't know how long it's going to continue, but it's like, buy your value plays. Have fun with them, right? They're not.
Wake up, Cannon. Wake up, Cannon.
Oh, you gotta do the autofocus thing, but
it's the autofocus thing.
It's more of the same. I know people would love for semiconductors to be the thing, and we're having a nice little gap up on them today. But it's still your value world, right? That's what you wanna be a part of.
Hell yeah, I think it's will we play the piston game some more, right? Because that's really what we did last week, right? We didn't really go like nowhere. We just stayed
No.
within the pattern,
Yeah.
and we went up and down. Some days, like you had, value names leading, and then some days you had growth leading, and then it just kind of switch flop, right? And then we did get some really nice takedowns in some AI names that I think are actually opportunities now, right? And I think that that's what you need to be looking at. You need to be looking for the pullbacks, and you need to be looking at what rotation is going to happen for the next half of the year, right? And a lot of this, I think, also has to do with the kind of shifts that we're seeing in monetary policy and fiscal policy. That's why you're probably seeing a shift in positioning, Michael, right? Is
Yep.
the effects on the dollar, where do they usually come from? They usually come from the effects that are coming from the monetary side, right? The monetary pressure, right? And so I think in this case, the interest rate outlook here is really all over the place. And what's going to be fun, Michael, is on Wednesday, we get like a look inside, right? With the FOMC minutes. Normally, nobody cares about the FOMC minutes, right? But in this case, I think it's going to be an important one to read, right? Because we'll get actual verbiage that was spoken, and right, and you'll get to more insights on what Kevin was looking at, right? And I think we're all eager to find out what was he really saying about inflation, right? How much is he really focused on changing from quantitative easing to quantitative tightening? Because that's affecting the dollar, right? You know what I mean? That's the pressure.
I think that's important to highlight for people, right? A lot of people wonder, and they look at the dollar and they say, well, the dollar has gone down for whatever period of time. It's just that's not the dollar we're talking about, right? Yeah. It's like it's splitting it up. We're talking about the dollar, not in terms of inflation or anything, but versus other currencies. And the main thing that will affect the dollar versus other currencies is the interest rate versus other currencies. So, if I'm going to make 10% of my money in loaning US dollars, and I'm going to make 2% of my money loaning Japanese yen, well, I'm going to loan the US dollars, right? So that's going to change the effect of the dollar more than anything else when it comes to things like technical analysis or any of that kind of stuff, right? The biggest kind of impacts that you have out there is that. So just kind of focus that in and say, when you're thinking about the dollar, just again think about interest rates being the largest supporting factor, right?
We will see what happens today, guys. I'm focusing on some plays out there. You got any on your radar, Michael, before the open here?
S-Dot is the only thing that came through the hangover setup.
The S-Dot.
The S-Dot,
you still in,
again.
Or did you cash on?
It was
on
a
Thursday?
wicked trade. Yeah, I got out right at the close. That's what so there's a wicked trade Thursday, but still on the list for today. And there was a couple here that I'm looking at because sometimes it flags things that it doesn't add for some reason. PL. No, that's
PL.
No idea what that is.
PO.
Can F. Oh yeah, so these are it ignores, and this is the cool thing again about using. There's a course coming out for you guys about using AI effectively, and this is going to be one of them where I specifically have it saying, so CanF, for example, potential, it was trying to short that on maybe Wednesday, but it removed it from the list because they actually have a pancreatic cancer phase 2 data, which was great. So, it's doing its best to kind of understand what news is going to be impactful and what news potentially isn't. And then you can, either add it to it or not add it to it based off of what you see there. So, that's why S-Dot is the only thing that's added, because it keeps looking at this thing and saying, there's no reason for this thing to be up here.
Sounds like a fun one to test, Michael. Sounds like a fun one to test.
Well,
we're going to have to... You know what we're going to have to do, Michael, right? Is that we keep talking about these. We're going to have to create our own little copycat area where you can copy The Michael Nas strategy.
Well, this is the beauty
Right?
of
Because we
trade the
have
pool.
copycat trading, right? So,
Well, it's the beauty of what I like about trade the pool is that if you were a new trader starting off, that's one thing, right? A trader who's kind of undercapitalized, but for me, it's like I'm going to use this to see if it can pass an eval before I'm going to put my own money in it, right? So it's not that
yeah,
necessarily I'm using it
great
for
test.
capital, but I'm saying, okay, I'll do it over here, and then if it ends up working, I just have a little account that could pay me a couple bucks every now and then, just running this particular strategy, and then also be putting that into my main account at the same time. So this is what I love. This is why you always see me testing new strategies here, because I think this is a perfect playground. If it works, I get a 25K account. If it doesn't, I lose 120 bucks. I took
Hey.
the kids to A&W on the weekend, and it was $65 for just to feed people. So like 120 bucks to try to see if this is like a great trading strategy that's going to make me a ton of money in the futures is like nothing. It's pennies at this point. So yeah, you give it a shot, right?
That's what it's all about, especially keep working on that, guys. What's going on? What's everyone trading this morning? Says Robert Walker in the house. It's good to see you out there, Robert Walker. We are looking into the action here towards some tech. That's what I'm looking at least towards the open here. I'm going to be watching names like Micron, of course, with all the hype coming from, of course, the ADR that's coming over, Michael. I think that's really one of the best setups to watch right now. We're back down towards the 1,000, right? We had a little pop, a little morning pop. Can we get a little drop and then a move right back to the upside? That's what I'm looking for, right? Some pre-market traps, right? Coming right back through that 990 opening and then right back through that 1,000 mark. I think I won't be the only one looking at that 1,000 mark, and we'll look to see if Micron can bounce right back up here. So that's a trade setup towards the open. I like different names here, especially names that like kind of were holding in, but recently just got a hard pullback, right? Those are the ones that I actually want to look at, like a Dell off the support, right? Maybe an SNDK here towards the open, right? That has pulled back significantly off the highs. GLW that was just at 270s, now back underneath 200. Plays like this is what I'm watching here going into tech to see if we can get the bounce. Also, I mentioned it, and I know you'll enjoy it hearing this, Michael. NASDAQ inclusion, right? Coming in, right? And so I think this is one to watch. SpaceX today, it would be the day that I think it does the liftoff move, right? It wouldn't be the day right on the inclusion. It would probably be the day prior as people trying to be like, oh, I want in, I want in, I want in. And then the inclusion comes. Yes, you might get a little lift off of that, but it's usually buy the rumor, sell the news, right? That's the way I'm seeing it here. Let's see if it's a buy the rumor, sell the news trade even today. You're seeing it push right now, 165. And I mentioned you could trade space names off of that, right? RKLB, right? It doesn't have to only be SpaceX, right?
And this is why I chose a put sell before this, right? And I think TAC did the same thing, is because the one thing that I think I'm relatively sure is going to happen is now that it's a NASDAQ component and a large NASDAQ component, it's going to suck the volatility out of it, right? I don't think we're going to get 20-30% moves in SpaceX anymore, just because now it's that would be multiple percentage points it would probably create on the Qs. So just like everything, as soon as NASDAQ became such a big component of the Qs, that's when the volatility went into that thing. It just happens over and over again. As soon as you are an index component, you are just going to naturally be less volatile. So if you're trading SpaceX and you're looking for it to, rip from here to 200 like it did on the IPO day or something, I don't think you get those when it enters anymore. So this might be the last day for some like really super degen action. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to be a bad trading vehicle. In fact, it's probably going to continue to be a great one. There's leverage ETFs and all that kind of stuff you can take access to. But I just think it really, it's like, okay, it made it. And I think that was a big kind of worry everyone had, is could it not crash between now and then when it enters the NASDAQ? Because it's one of those, we don't have data for this. We don't know what's going to happen here anymore what this means potentially for the stock, because there's never been a security that has IPO'd and been put into a major index this quickly ever. So to me, I think it puts maybe a floor on it, but also puts a ceiling on it. So it's just like it's a normal stock now. So I like your idea of maybe going to your Rocket Labs and ASTS and that kind of thing, because those things are still going to be crazy. They're still going to move around like nuts.
Just
right?
as we speak, and look, liftoff SPCX right now, right?
Yeah.
And what is this? This is people reading the news like I did right this morning. I see that, and I'm big on reading news, right? I can understand how the heads will look at this, and this says, yeah, it's definitely a look at today, right? Especially on a day where what? You don't have much catalyst, right? You don't open the news and you see 50 stocks gapping up because of this catalyst. No, there's no like you're thin in the news right now. And this is normal during a time when you're not getting earnings season, right? There's no major event going on. It's just FOMC minutes, right? And then if you look at the economic data, yes, we'll get something at 10 a.m. and they might use that, right, to position. But at the end of the day, it's not an insane important number. It's still going to be something looked at, ISM. But I think this is clearly one of those times where you're looking for what? Relative strength or relative weakness. And that could come with what? Relative volume, right? That's another thing that I'll talk about today. I think you're looking for high percentage volume, right? Because that could be a leading sign right now. Go with the stocks that have high volume, because that means there's action at least on, which gives us the potential for that volatility play. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and again, now that some time has gone by, I think the effect of SpaceX like sucking all of the money out of all of the other sectors, I think that's probably gone. I think they probably move together. So if there's a good day for space, you're probably going to have SpaceX being your large cap name that's, plenty liquid, and then you're going to have your Rocket Labs and Planet Labs and all these. These are going to be less liquid, but they're just going to have more juice behind them, right? If SpaceX up 3% that day, you're going to see Rocket Lab or something be up 10% that day or 20% that day, right? And just speaking of kind of economic numbers, we do have to remember we do have what's considered a red star event with ISM services PMI at 10. I believe that's Eastern time. This does apply.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we talked about it. We covered it at
hour.
least. Yeah, that's the one that could shake things up, right? They can use it as a positioning event, right? So that's what I'd be talking about, right? That's my thing. Is I don't even think you'll see too much shake, because if you look at the numbers, Michael, it's shown nothing but business expansion, right? And I don't think the business world is really concerned here, especially as oil prices are going down. I don't think we'll see a turn. I think what it is that we can use that as potentially like, hey, we're waiting for this news. And all of a sudden, when we use this news, they use it as liftoff, right? The algos especially, right? So we'll see what happens there. Right out the gates here, already seeing more and more action, more and more triggers starting to trigger. We talked about Meta potential liftoff with the news out there and tech being radar on the watch right now. Meta already taking the lift here. I might take a shot here in Meta here, guys, really early on, but I like the look on Meta here. Let's take a shot here, see if we can get Meta and see what we can do here. I wouldn't mind taking some 594s here. If I can get any pullback into lower 594s, let's see if we can get that action here. I'm looking for it right now. I'm using the DOM wheel. You see the DOM wheel, guys? This is why I like the DOM wheel, because I'm going to like scroll up. I could type it in, right? But I'm just looking for around here. I'm looking for some ordering. I see 594, 594, 60s, right? So I'm going to go down here into the 594, let's say 30s, and put out a limit here. Try to get in the pre-market here. Let's see if we can get in here on Meta. So you guys see it right there going down into the bid. I'm looking towards like 594, 593s, trying to grab some Meta here right before the bell here. You guys see a limit order put in here. And this is the fun part of Trade the Pool. We can be going after pre-market trades, right? Hey, if you see it, follow your 5% rule. Right now I can get 242 shares and still sell it intraday, right? There it is, guys. Got just an entry there, guys. That's a rather decent sized position here. So let's get after it. I'll get focused on my trade, and let's get to trade in action. 9:29, almost 9:30. Let's get to the bell. It's 9:30. The bell's coming in here. Put those hands up. Let's get to it, guys. Ding, 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 ding is right.
Yeah, we're getting close here. So just remember, if you're one of those people that you notice that early part of the day kind of messes you up, just remember we do have that number in 30 minutes there, right? So that could really get you going. So if you're someone who's always yelling at yourself to be patient into these numbers, just know that you can, right?
All right, first dip there in Meta. Looking to see if it can hold in here. Looking around to see what leads out the gates here. I'll let you guys know. I see financial services leading out the gates there. Capital markets push their asset management. That tells me to go look at SoFi today. SoFi already starting a little lift there. There's Meta with a nice little lift there. I like that lift there in Meta here. We'll see if SoFi can really hold here. I'll put an alert there above like kind of the 1860s. I was able to play this on Thursday, but don't want to get trapped in there. Going to go back and focus in here on my bigger play, Meta. Getting a little bit of a lift here. Now trying to hold in on the 593s. Can we get above the 596 here? If we can get above the 596, I'll start being able to hold break even and look for the bigger push here in Meta.
Nice little pop through there on space. So keep an eye on
Horning
on that one going. And this, I've got TerraWolf up here because they just had some 20-year lease for their stuff with Anthropic. That seems like pretty positive news. So I guess pay attention to that one. But right off the jump here with the SPY, just took a shot at pre-market high. Backed off it a little bit after that, so it tried to get that pre-market high.
Boom, we're looking good here in Meta as we start to take off through the 597s here. Can we get to the 600 spot here? We can go to my screen and look at the setup. We talked about this trade already in here. Ooh, and break even comes in real quick there as it gets on that pullback. I'm looking for the break towards 600. We can still reload here. So I did go break even there as it pulled back there. Looking at also TSM pushing. I like all these trades, right? Tech trades are looking good here. Tech is starting to lift off now. Up 1% on the gap, and also up in third place or fourth place at 0.41. So tech doing well. You got electronic components, computer systems, Dell doing well. Another trade, WDC with Micron, right? That memory trade doing well here. Let's get after some trades here. Let's see what we can do. All right, going back to Meta here. It's holding in still, guys. So
the SPY still fighting here with pre-market high, backed off just a little bit there.
Right back into Meta here. Gonna hold off the lows.
So now we just carefully watch the SPY and see if we can dig in here, right? Is this something that they defend? Is it something that they reverse from entirely? So far, it's been a nice defense of that pre-market high, right? And then through that, we still have yesterday's high. So just know we are in the top maybe 50% of yesterday's range, but we are still inside of that yesterday's range. We got to deal with that.
SoFi alert up there towards the 1850s. That's a quick little lift off there in SoFi. I don't mind it. I know how SoFi likes to do, though. It pushes and then undercuts the low, right? We've seen this pattern happen now 3 times. So I'm going to put an alert here on the low and wait for that undercut and look for the pattern to repeat.
Looks like we might be building up for a second try here on the SPY. Maybe. So I'm watching this closely because that would be the key if we can kind of get through there. Now the RSP is near flat on the day, with the Qs up 1.2%. Nowhere near its pre-market high though. It's getting a lot of, like a little bit of indecision here, a little bit of shakiness off the open. Let's see if we can resolve that one way or another here.
All right, took some GLW. Talked about that trade. I'm in it now, guys. I'm back in Meta, looking for the lift off above 600. We'll see if we get that push above the 600. Now it'd just be a trend line break on the 1 minute pattern. You can see it holding in right now. So as long as it can hold in the support, I'll look to hold up here and look for the push.
Looking here on SpaceX, it's just kind of rocketing still.
Yeah, we're looking for the setup. I think you got the setup. Now you look to see if it comes to the other names.
What to say? As I said that, she decided to give a little bit back. So some kind of crazy action here off the open. So just be slightly careful with yourself. Just looking, yeah, okay. I've got just making sure I've got my
out there on Meta undercut
option out there. So yeah, SPY just can't, hitting that pre-market high and then pulling in, then hitting that pre-market high and just pulling in, just doing that kind of over and over again. So that you could just show just a little bit of I guess worrisomeness of the market. It's being a little patient, and it might be a little patient because we have this number that I'll keep reminding you guys about in 25 minutes. Might be one of those. If we just base below this pre-market high and we hang out here, it could just be the market going, okay, let's wait and to see if this number is great for us or catastrophic or whatever it turns out being, and then whenever we kind of figure that out, we'll put the market in whatever direction that we need here.
All right, trying to add here on GLW as it starts to push towards 203. This is a big mover, and I know that I could have a really nice position. I only got 5 shares on right now. I'm trying to add it. Of course, so you see the daily setup. Daily setup is the resistance coming into play as now support. We'll look to see it. The 200 undercut was the mention. That's the exact play that happened here. So I'm trying to just play the play, right? Play the play.
So, okay, we got Trump saying, I'm getting the Trump says tweet. So just be careful there. He must be tweeting or on some sort of media talking. Talking about Venezuela and oil, how amazing that's going, and then also Trump accounts.
Rivian holding in well
start
today.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, but they've already been able, you can already get in it. Like, I don't know why it's not, why does it say it starts tomorrow?
Well, maybe it's, I don't know. Well, maybe that's when they're funded, or again, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems like just one of those media, we'll talk about it again points.
Oh, geez. Trump urges investors to buy Dell.
Oh, God. Dell. I like that. I like that call. I actually like Dell here. I like the setup. Dell's already doing well. It's already lifting there. I like the setup here.
And he thanks Micron for
their
support. I'm back to
400, and I'll take it. I actually like Dell.
Yeah. So Dell's donation will be repaid. Okay.
I like that.
So he's talking, and you want to.
Hey, any mention is a good mention by Trump, man.
Right? No, it's the socialism fund, So now do I have to think of Dell for the socialism fund, or should I have done that?
I'm already doing it. I'm already thinking about it. I'm just like, where do I get in here? I'm looking for the 400 pullback. I don't want to chase. I would love a 400 pullback, but can we get it here? That's what I got to wait on. I got to be patient. Patience is what pays a lot of times with moves like this, not just jumping on the offer. All right, getting a lift there in GLW. It did come back close to that 200 buy for the ad. I'm going to go for the ad now here. I'm just trying to add there. Boom, got the ad. Let's go. Took the ad there. Now up there, 10 shares. Looking for a hold on this GLW now.
We're getting happy Trump this morning.
Happy Trump is good. Happy Trump is really good. Let's go.
The market is going to go through the roof, he says. So wherever he's ranting
through it,
so you can just tell by. Here, I always worry about. Let me do it over here first. I always worry about bringing up Twitter on stream because you never know. You never know what you're gonna see. So I'll do it here first. But you can always tell when he's on air somewhere, because if you go to just Walter Bloomberg, it's just. So this is what I'm reading to you guys. Just Trump. market's going through the roof. Trump urges investors to buy Dell. Trump. So it's just he's on somewhere. He's given a chat to someone, and it's just important to note these things because
Yeah, I went long Dell. I had to do it. I couldn't help myself. So I took the shot there. I'm already long a little bit there. Just grabbed like 5 shares here, looking for a little push first to add, but it needs to show me liftoff. Let's see if it shows me liftoff here. Goes back through the 412.50s, back up through the 417.50s is what I want to see. Then I can look for pullback ads around the 410s. Let's see it. Let's see if they just bought up that Trump news there. They're already showing the offer. You see how it goes to 410? It's showing the offer, essentially. It's like, here's the gift. Do you want to take it?
So the SPY just pulled right back down. It's just kind of hanging out inside pre-market range after failing its pre-market high. SMH is up 3%, right? Semiconductors are doing great.
There we go.
Oh, Trump. Firms are investing in us because of tariffs. There you go. Okay. So yeah, we're getting a rah economy guy this morning, which
Love
great.
it.
It's good.
Love it.
Good to be an investor with rah economy, Trump. I like that better than a civilization is going to get wiped out, Trump.
I'm trying to add on Corning. It's starting to take off there. That's a really nice position here for me. Trying to stay small though.
Looking with Congress at a type of account for adults. So like a adult Trump account he's talking about now.
Yeah, he's talked about this in a way where he's talked about giving accounts to people that don't have access to 401ks, right? So
see, listen, all jokes aside, love them or hate them, I think the Trump account thing is an amazing idea. I think it's a awesome thing because there's so many people out there that hate, and this is, the rise of like socialism and stuff like that. It's because people don't have buy-in to their country. They don't look at their country and see it succeeding and feel that wealth.
Asset market hot.
Right? Happening. So it's like, I like it in which, give everyone a little bit of buy-in, right? Just give them a little bit of.
Oh, if you like that, IBKR looks nice setup today, guys. A nice setup there in capital markets. IBKR holding well.
Oh, IBKR. Well, I give them enough money in commission, so hopefully they're doing well.
All right, looking to maybe add on GLW here. Let's see if we can get a move into the 200s. Here we go.
So it looks like the news dying down for a second here. So maybe his rant's over for now. Tom Lee buys $73 million worth of Ethereum. That doesn't seem like anything.
All right, Dell holding in here, looking like it wants to go for the breakout. Let's see it. Let's see what we see around in the market here. TSM holding in there. Of course, that's one of my favorite picks today.
Man, I just look over at I've got my main monitor and I've just got my laptop screen. And Claude just took control of my laptop screen. I don't remember him asking. It's just, he's just doing stuff. I don't even know what he's doing. He's just doing stuff over there.
Tell him to get to work. Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully a little more money in the account when he's done. I gotta go figure out what he.
All right,
what
going
he
for some Micron here. Go for some Micron here, guys. Tight the wrist.
He did mention Micron there as well, as a thank you for your help with the accounts, kind of a thing.
That's why I'm going for it. It's on my list above the 1,000. It's trying to recover 1,000. I already took it and put the risk on. Let's see it rock now.
I have
All
got
positions. Let's
nothing
get into the green.
here.
Let's go Dell. You want a Dell? All right, time to add on GLW and go for the swing. GLW swing time. Boop.
No day trades yet, which I'm okay with because a reminder to everyone, we do have a decently sized number coming
There
out
goes
in
Dell.
15 minutes now.
Dell, a little bit of a lift off here. I think it could pull back to the 9, and I'm going to go ahead and put a stop here. I could get stopped out here. The key is, like, it could pull back really quickly to the 400. My idea is for let it go for the rip above the 411s here. So I'm not going to put the stop there, but I'm watching for 9 EMA to hold really tight here. All trades in the green now. Micron's starting to move here. I really like that Micron holding well here. I'm going to go for an ad here. Let's see if I can get the ad and go for the win here in Micron today. Let's go for it. I just took the ad there as it holds, and I see buying come in there, and boom, instant green is what I want to see sometimes with these types of trades where it's going red to green. That's showing you a shift of momentum, and now I'm looking for the momentum to hold. Let's go, guys. We're looking good here. I just stepped up on 2 of the trades. Dell, I haven't stepped up. Why? Because I'm bought. Where am I buying in on Dell? At the top end of the range. If I step up on this one, no good, right? Because I'm on the top end, right? I need this to be a breakout. Now I get the breakout signal on this one. Since it's a scalp, I can put the stop right now. Now I can't lose on that trade, and I'm working here. Let's go.
Yeah, SPY is trying. It's doing a little hook
alert.
So right, we hit that high right there. We came back, and now it looks like we're trying to get through this pre-market high. This is the first kind of hurdle to be a bullish day. So right, you got to get above pre-market high, then you got to get above yesterday's high. Those are the two things to be overall bullish that you want to see. So let's keep an eye there, just to see, again, if we can get through that high. Then the next one is 751. So, because of everything you're talking about there, Mitch, are all SPY components. This would certainly help you out if we can smash through that pre-market high, but we might be waiting for the number to come out in just a little bit.
Yeah, you could look for whipsaws around that time. That's why I'm looking to see if we run right now into that number and then we use it as a takeoff and not look back area. That's what I'm just playing, right? Doesn't mean that you play that way, but that's what I'm playing here. But 2 of the trades holding really well. Dell going into the green there, starting to push there. I have the stop on, so I don't need to look at it. I'm just looking at Micron to see if it really gets the lift off here.
SoFi ripping.
I talked about it. It's just been straight up. It hasn't given me the pullback today. I had the alert. Yeah. You guys know I've been talking about how SoFi could get the push. I think, though, with SoFi, though, since it's been the leading area, of course, all last week, Michael, this could be like a nice rip into and then a pullback. So that's the hard part about this. It's the strong area of last week. Dell continuing to push there. 413's now showing up there. I'm at 408, so that looks good there. Now I just need to see Micron go for the takeoff. Let's go, Micron.
Well, there's I just got triggered in S dot again. We're shorting it here on day whatever, 17 of this run higher. Yesterday was a great trade, or Thursday when I had that short, so it's happening again. After that, today, this will be the last day that, if it falls, this will be the last day I look at it until, I don't know, maybe it goes to 1,000, this like protein meal prep thing. But yeah, short right there at $55 a share, a stop all the way up at 62, right? So that's where you can see the 8 shares there. And CLRO, so this is another one here. A nice little push down on this guy. So this is a second one that came through the hangover trade, because look at this crazy move that happened there. So those are the 2 shorts so far that we're seeing here. Both so far are winning. Again, these are the systematic ones. Robots kind of taking care of all this stuff.
Dell, baby. Dell. Look at Dell go, baby. We got this bad boy. It's ripping through the highs right now. Let's get it here. 416s and climbing now. 417s almost approaching here. Now let's go. This is a scalp, so at some point I'm going to cash this here. But if it can just keep ripping, let's say get towards the 420s, pun intended, let's cash around there and take the breakout here on a nice little win. Just trying to give myself a little bit of a cushion. Of course, I'm close to 20K swing account here. So trying to cash in here on this breakout above the 420s. Let's see if we can get that breakout above the 420s here. At this point, no matter what, it's a winner, but we just trail it on the 9, right? And I just don't want that 9 to break, and I'm going to actually trail it here. Zim giving me the alert. Of course, this was a news-related alert on Zim. That's a down move on Zim. Israel government kind of hitting them hard. Let me take a peek at it. Zim up here. Yeah, Zim going down. If you're a shorter and you like that, that's a short alert through the 2370s. Trying to give all different types of alerts out there. Dell up 2% from our entry here, pushing their 417.90s. Can we get through the 420s? Can we get through it? Let's go. Let's go. Let's climb. Let's get that next little drive here. We get that drive through the 420s. We're going to go ahead and sell. A big position, though, on GLW, looking well. If we can get back above the 205s, we really start to climb. And that Zim going down there towards 2340s now. We talked about that in pre-market. I gave you guys the setup, looking for the breakdown through the support, right? Look at that cut down from 24 to 2344s. And this is, oof, you could have had a 500 share position there. That's a nice position there on a short position. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look. Micron holding in now. Now I need to see Micron go for the breakout move, which is above the pre-market highs, right? We want to see it break pre-market highs. And on the 15-minute, remember I talked about this setup. I said an undercut and rally above the 1,000. This is the exact trade that I talked about in pre-market. This is why you come to trade the pool for setups just like this one. Right? I can't tell you how to trade it, but I can definitely tell you the strategy to sometimes attack it, right? That's the education side of things. And look at the action go. We're up there to the 410s. Can we break the high here on 415s and start to see clear skies in Micron? Of course, the president mentioning these two, not hurting me. There's the 420s, 420.50s on Dell. We got this bad boy. Let's go. Let's get it up there. Let's secure ourselves some money here on the upside outbreak here. I'm trying to see 421s hit, but I'm going to put out here 418.90s to make sure that I at least have $52 in this name. As it starts to climb, we'll probably cash. It'll probably hit me. You guys know how it is, right? You put out the stop, it gets triggered. That's fine for me now at this point. I'll take the cash and run. We'll see what happens out there. Let's focus in on Micron as the bigger position and GLW. Those are the ones that will ride me today and make me a lot of money. Dell was pretty much a nice scalp, but nice scalp there from 408s now towards 418. That's 10 points. Let's get it there. Let's bring the bag home today.
Yeah, the SPY cracked that, got back to the pre-market high, reversed right back off it again. So, you know, good names under the hood, things moving. Right, I've got my two shorts on, which got a couple of longs on. Both those are working out. That's good. But yeah, we hit that pre-market high, and now we're doing a red candle again. So it's just been a bit of a struggle to try to get through there. So let's see if we can.
Micron not ready to go. Might use that 10 o'clock number, right? So at this point, it just broke the level that I wanted to focus on. So I'm going to put a quick stop here. Could cause me a cutout, right? But that's okay because this is a bigger size position. The position goes in my direction. I make hundreds of dollars. If I get stopped out here, I get stopped out for 46. Right? So that's now I'm clear hold on 1,000. It's like a mental hold level, right? So you undercut the 1,000 here one time, right? You undercut it here. You undercut it here. Then you started to work above it. Then you undercut it. So at this point, now you're starting to play with that 1,000 mark. If it comes back down, it could wash out the low, and you don't want to get caught too much. I don't want to be stopping out here if I kind of know that if it breaks that level, it probably goes to that level, right? So at this point, I can tighten down and just let it go. It either just goes for liftoff or it breaks that and I'm out. Now I can focus in on what? We trim the weeds and we go with the flowers, baby. let's go with the flowers. Let's see what we can get today. And if I look at the market, seeing financial services continuing to hold, technology now, but leading the market. That's what we wanted to look at. That's what we said. Look for the action back to the upside. VRT, another important name, very similar to GLW. Look at that action. Boom. Right? So good action there in tech.
Yeah, that's essentially what we're seeing, right? With
Bloom
the
Energy.
RSP flat on the day, and with SMH ripping now up like 4% on the day, we're just seeing this rotation into what was kind of beaten up the redheaded stepchild of yesterday, right? So the last week or so, we've had these names get completely kind of taken to the woodshed, and today's everyone's going, okay, let's do the, cover our shorts, maybe buy some, rotate back in. That's we're seeing that, and I'm noticing, right, like Crow's talking about things like kids, KIDZ,
The kids,
some of these
KIDZ.
low float AI kind of junky names. These are starting to kind of perk back up.
Leave the kids in the pool, man. Leave the kids in the pool.
69 cents up to $1.50. Right, you're starting to get more of this kind of craziness, which just makes sense with animal spirits starting to kind of perk back up. That you're getting that action, right?
TER
calls on NVIDIA, right? Is that right? NVDA,
GEVG.
Yeah, that could be going.
I didn't know that one existed. There you go. You know it. Leave the juice out there for my man. Leverage GEV. Uh-oh. You can't do this to me. This seems degenerate enough for me. GEVG.
The liquidity, just be concerned with the liquidity.
Yeah, this
looks
is
good.
This is one for the trade the pool account for sure.
Yeah. Have the
one of the
limited risk working
advantages
for you.
One of the advantages of trade the pool, right? But the thing is, for me, utilities are doing well. One of those, right? The features, right?
Oof.
That was a little blow in your ear, but put it this way, that was like the video game. That was like the old school Link video game when you hit the rewards there. Utilities are on the breakout look. If you think about it overall, I'd take a look at the XLU, but I don't think it's just ready just yet, right? But independent power producers doing well today. These stocks were really in the dumpster, kind of bouncing back. TLN, GEV, of course, it's just not taking weakness. And Bloom Energy doing really great. Got triggered out there of Micron. I am okay with that trigger out there. I'm sticking into GLW right now and watching that thing continuing to climb. So that's great. Going into the 10 a.m., I'm going to stick with this one position. And because I took cash, right, I'm essentially down just $40. I made one green, two red trades, right? And now looking, and of course I have a position deep in the green, right? I have a position of about $70 here. So let's go ahead. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can get into the deep green as the 10 a.m. number hits. We got 2 minutes here for that number. Let's go back and get ready for the preview. I'll get you guys ready for the preview in just a second here. Let me pull up the link.
The number is, she's a coming. And if you look at, right, so here's SpaceX and a lot of these, other than semiconductors that have been ripping right off the gate, this whole AI trade, this is the spine, right? This blue line up here is the pre-market high. We've just been kind of banging our head over and over again. Nothing's really kind of taken place. So I'm hoping that in 2 minutes, this number really kind of gives a kick in the pants. The market can pick some type of overall direction would be fantastic. It doesn't have to happen, but it seems like, I mention this all the time, that I know a lot of people who write algos that just look to see if there's a giant event and just wait to place your orders after that.
Let's talk about what you're looking here. So the last service print in May came in at 54.5. It was a 23rd expansion, right? So an upside is above 55. That confirms service demand is not rolling over despite soft jobs print, right? So that's a bearer, flatter in the curve. Small caps get clipped as rate hike whispers restart. Dollar bid, right? Defensive outperforms. Now, inline would be more 53 and 54. The tape can shrug it. We could look for Wednesday's tape to be more of the driver of the tape, right? And then below 52 would be more that downside look where it confirms that the labor plus service demand is cooling down. I'm looking to see that it's probably closer towards that 55 plus. Let's see what happens when it hits the tape here at 10 a.m. We'll let you know as soon as we get that number. Of course, if you guys get that number faster than us, by all means, throw it up in the chat. I know some people get news really fast, so I don't judge you. If you get it faster than us, throw it up. CrowdStrike, one of the names that held well today on the pullback. I didn't think it would get back there, but really well breakout on CrowdStrike, man. I've been mentioning the cybersecurity names to you, Michael, for the reason, man. And look at PanW, look at CrowdStrike. Those are the two that I think in the long run, we're going to look back and be like, wow, 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 wow. I mean, these stocks are on big breakouts, and it looks like there's very few times you get cybersecurities to look like this, right? Like this is not
that's why
this is what's holding up this is what's holding IGV up. It's not all these other names, man. It's this big liftoff. CrowdStrike just did a split, and then it's lifting.
On top of the IVG, I've got the hack ETF. I've talked with. I've had that for years.
I'm with you on that, man.
That anytime soon.
All right, you see the numbers in here. Let's see what we got here. Let's see if the numbers are out here. I'm looking around. Let's see CNBC.
No real reaction. Just here Walter's got them. Walter's got everything. Our boy
Walter. What did Walter see here?
54 versus consensus of 54 versus 54.5 in May.
In line, so we're cool with that. That's in line. It didn't do the upside surprise, but that's in line. So that just means essentially that rotation stays in charge. You could see cyclicals doing well and names like that, right? So cyclicals were actually red, and just now they started to trickle into the green. So that could be a sign, right? We'll see what happens on that. That's like your auto parts, your department stores starting to get the lift. All right, that opens the door there for Micron to get the lift off, for others to get the lift off. I'm going right back into Micron and taking another shot. Right, because
we're getting
now
the market kind of perk up here.
Yeah, the news is not a negative news. That's all I wanted. Yeah. So at this point, I'll take the shot again, right back into Micron. And I'll look for a pullback in TSM.
And, when I mentioned the people who run algos and they just kind of hang out and wait for the number to be off, it's like it doesn't even really matter to them what the number is. It's just that there is a binary event they're looking to sidestep. Now that binary event's over, if they want it to be bullish, they probably is now the time to buy. So let's see if we get through that pre-market high that we've been battling so far for the entire morning, just beating our head against.
I bought some TSM. You guys see me long here, TSM on the 90 EMA breakout, and I love TSM. You guys know how I feel about it. I think it can get right back up here, so I'm going for the break back towards 464 and looking for that type of action. It needs to go on the complete breakout look here and just continue to go. Then I can go ahead and just trail it on the action. The same way kind of the look on Dell. This is a scalp type of look. Whenever I trade off the 9, this would be the 9 EMA momentum kind of scalping trade, right? Not necessarily the momentum trade that I'm more long, like a longer swing trade that I'm trading like on Micron and GLW. GLW I can hold for a while, right? All right, we'll see the action there. Let's get it, team. Looking for tech to continue green and looking for more tech. Solar on the radar showing up there. First solar, definitely on my radar.
Yeah, we just got to get through this pre-market high. It's just been a huge level for us. Also, right, kind of is a good idea to kind of hang out and say, okay, well, this is what we're seeing here in this particular kind of market environment in which it's kind of choppy, right? We're having a little bit of chop right now, and that's okay. You just need to make sure that you're understanding that you're finding where the volume is, you're finding where the excitement is, where the momentum is, that type of thing. It's just not in right now. It's just not in kind of the more boring stuff, right?
It's just moving around. It's the piston effect. And if you're not looking, you get caught, right? Like you need to be
Keep
fast.
on your
Day traders are
toes.
winning. Day traders are winning. So like I mentioned really quickly, capital markets, it's now up 4.41%, but I mentioned it right out the gates. That's your Morgan Stanley trade. That's your Goldman Sachs trade. That's your Robinhood up 2%. So look at Hood, right? Hood up, right? I mention always industries and sectors to you guys. You guys see what I am. I'm the macro and theme expert. And one of the number one things that I focus on is rotation. So I'm always looking for the rotations in the sectors and industries. Like today, industrials are up and you're seeing engineering construction stocks up. That's your AI trade in industrial trades. You're seeing metal fabrication up. That's also your AI trade. So these are holding well. Farm and heavy construction up. Deere holding well. Did do a nice little undercut and rally on Deere. We'll look to see if it continues to hold as a name that I'm looking in that space. And that of course includes what? Aerospace and defense. So your your SpaceX looks good to maybe recover here now. Yes, you heard that right. I said maybe a SpaceX recovery here. Let's see if we get it.
Trump out there talking about the war in Ukraine. So we're on talks. We're in talks. We'll see if we can end it. Good. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's a good thing. But yeah, I was hoping this would kind of kick us up through that pre-market range, but so far the market's bleeding just a little bit. It's getting closer to the low of the day. So just be cognizant there that we are definitely not breaking that pre-market high just yet and going a little bit the other way.
I went long SpaceX there. You guys saw me take the shot.
Well, I hope you're right on that one as an owner and a put seller.
What have I been talking about too, and I love this because I like talking about things sometimes, and then you got to talk the talk, but you got to walk the walk, right, Michael? It's not about just talking about it and walking about it. This is the separational, I think, fact between subjective traders that are successful and then the subjective traders that aren't. So one of the things that I talked about last week was like go with the setups that I talk about in the pre-market that I'm like focused on, right? So and now I have my GLW, right? I have my Micron long. I have now my SpaceX because of the inclusion trade, right? I'm sticking within the frames that I kind of put myself in. And then that kind of helps me because I'm looking at the action also. And what am I seeing? I'm seeing tech lead the market right now. What did I talk about in pre-market? I want to see tech lead the market. I want to see the Qs. I want to see the Qs come back up and play, right? So I think that's what I'm playing with here. Let's see if the Qs can come up and play into the green box. We drew this green box for a reason. I talked about how we could go into that green box. Now we're starting to make our way into that green box. Let's see if we can push. Micron getting into the green, back above 1,000. Let's go, Micron. Come on, good old Trumpster.
Yeah, it's always good to
there we go.
Chat about things, now we're but
big bar on Micron. Big bar. Let's go. Looking good here.
If you're not doing the plan, why not do the plan, right? So again, it'd be the best way to figure out.
Here on SpaceX on the pullback of 165. Sorry about that.
Well, I was just saying to your comment, right? It's you won't know if your research is good unless you can make money off it. So right? It's the right thing to do to make sure you're focused on that. Otherwise, what's the point, right? Yeah. So now he's talking about wars with Iran. So just now we've gone from happy pump the market guy to a little bit of war talk. So be a little careful.
But the market doesn't care for the war.
It really doesn't seem to anymore. Well, it's a different war.
Yeah, that's better. That's better for me. Right. Like, just stop talking about it. You mentioned Dell. You mentioned Micron. Did Dell just continue on the lift? I tried to take my look off of it because sometimes when you scalp something, you can go back to it really quickly and you can get addicted to the scalp, right? You know what I mean, Michael? Like scalps, I think, are a very addictive type of trade. When you get rewards, it's like very dopamine hit, right? It's a big dopamine hit on a scalp trade, right? Because it's instant gratification type. But you can see it holding the 9 tells me it is holding momentum really well, right? Like I think there is some buyers that stepped up there. So that's looking good. I'm not going to touch it again because I got other trades on. I got 3 trades in the green. We also talked about that last week, right? Habits to improve. Let's keep improving them.
Well, that's what it all is. And a lot of people go to like systematic trading to avoid it, and you can't. You still have to, regardless of what's going on, you have to have some emotional control. I hear that so much of saying, "Oh, I'm really bad with emotional control, so I'm going to try systems trading." And I just kind of giggle a little bit. Okay, just different, right? It still be emotions. They're just different ones, right?
Yeah, you still feel it. You just can't go and actually like use your fingers, right?
Yeah, like a lot of it is having a kind of hands-off attitude. If you're seeing something out there losing you money and having the kind of wherewithal of just sticking with it, right?
Yeah, because that's what you did. You set a system for a reason. If you don't believe your system, then don't trade your system, right? That's why you do the back testing. That's why you create the confidence there, not while you're trading, right? That's why you should trade, right? Your confidence shouldn't come from the P&L. It should come from the hard work prior, right? If you didn't do the hard work prior, don't expect to get good results. Simple as that, guys. All right, traders, how we doing out there? Checking in on you guys in the chat. Who's green? Who's red? Let's throw up a nice little action out there, guys. Anybody getting some good green trades, throw us up in the chat. It's always good to hear about you guys cashing in also.
My S thoughts aren't really working out, but we got lots of time for that.
Micron's
this
pushing.
Weird S thought.
Let's go.
Just kind of searching through my overextended list here and just not seeing a whole lot of anything, right? Micron or MasterCard, pretty hard reversal there. Same with Visa. It's a pretty hard reversal to look at. Geez, lots of things on the list here. I shorten this down a bit. But yeah, it's been a pretty do nothing day for the SPY. So, you were good to grab that kind of early kind of Trump mentioned news, and then we'll see if this thing can ever break through that zone. And it might just be, that's a great trading style to incorporate, especially on days like this where it's inside and we can't even break outside of yesterday's
SpaceX
range, right? We can't get through yesterday's range at all. It's a good day to say, okay, let's just focus on what's going on when it comes to breaking news. Let's just find something that kind of reprices everything right out of left field, and we're not getting much of that, right? Iran would rather make a deal.
Pulling back.
He's talking about bombing Iran again for the millionth time. Oil, no reaction to any of it. I just think we're so desensitized that no one really cares.
No, we're clear. Let's go for the takeoff now. I'm really going to be watching this Micron. I think I have a really good chance for this to be a really nice trade today if I can hold on. Now it's kind of one of those trades like, Mitch, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Sit on the hands. Sit on the hands. Sit on them.
Again.
If you need to sit on them, like actually literally physically sit on them, well, sit on them. You can't use your hands if you're sitting on them.
Right? Get up and go for a stroll. If hopefully wherever you are is nice and sunny.
Yeah.
That's place how your orders and walk away.
We talk about those trend trades, and that's how those trades need to be. The hard work that I did is already done, especially like with my getting out of Micron and then getting back in. Like the hard work is done. I risk managed, took a haircut with a big size, then got back in with the same sizing with even less of a risk, and now have a really nice position, right? Big sized, in the green, small risk, and potential to make big money because of the daily chart, right? Because of like a longer term trend. right? And that's what you do. And then you just sit back and relax. This is when I say it, and I say it like this. This is when you let the market do the heavy lifting. You're no longer pushing, right? You gave it to the market. You said, here you go. You can lift the bar now, right? The market can lift the bar a lot better than we can lift the bar. And look at the SPY as we speak right now.
I'll say, yeah, getting very
right?
close to attempt number 37 to break this pre-market high.
Q's. Q's pushing, right? And holding in. And what's leading in the last 5 minutes? Tech. And what's up 2.2% on the day? Tech. So I'm just gonna hammer down, right? If I'm trading else outside of tech right now, and I told myself to look for tech breakouts, Michael, would I be doing it wrong? I think if you were my coach there, I think you would tell me, yeah, you're doing it wrong, dude. You literally said, look in this area. You see this area showing relative strength, and then you go trading elsewhere, right? That doesn't make sense, right? So,
well, and it's like, yeah, if you do all the research,
look at the liftoff on Micron.
Why not focus it?
Why not focus guys. On that We're getting a nice little push here. Nice little push here. Micron back up there to 1,015s almost now as we start to climb. Here we go, pre-market highs. Let's get to the action. Let's see if we can start pushing back to pre-market highs in Micron. Let's go. Now it's making me feel confident a little bit more because now I got that bullish engulfing candle look, right? We washed all the opening action in one 15-minute candle, right? So now we could start to look to see, can we drive? And on the longer term time frame, of course, Micron's down at the low off the support, so has a good chance to make its way back to the 9 EMA. Am I saying it's going back to 1,200 today? Oh, doesn't need to, right?
Yeah, nice lift there. Nice lift on Micron as a whole.
All right, guys. Once I get above 200s, I'm going to have to secure this because I'm getting closer and closer, guys, to the 20K swing account. And This has all been, a lot. I mean, majority of the trades, I take them right here because I don't have much time to open up trades outside of it. And it's been up and down. This account will be a wild ride if I'm able to actually cash it. And this is the perfect example of why you use the flex account. Because I've been like a wild ride with this one, but hey, wild rides sometimes end on a good side, right? There's been some bigger wins and some overnight, kind of catalysts that come in and sometimes hit you, but you bounce back as long as you can focus on your risk to reward.
Man, this pre-market high is a brick wall. Hit it again. We've come back a bit. Eventually, we make it through this thing, which it looks like we're going to, because we've just, even when we pulled off, we challenged yesterday's low or today's low just like for a second. So we're holding really strong against it, but we need that. I think it's
this. It's that there's so little in the green, like overall sectors really pushing. It's really just finance and tech that's pushing today. That are up over 0.5% from the open. That tells me they're actually pushing, right? The other ones are kind of choppy, industrials, energy, and utilities. And then you have a lot of red in healthcare, defensive, cyclicals, basic materials, real estate. So it's holding it back a tiny bit, right? But we know how tech leads, right? This is why we're seeing this action.
Oh, we're trying again 38 times. One of these times. The most poetic thing would be a breakthrough and then just a fail entirely, just because it's tried so hard to get through this level. It ends up, after all that time, just faking a bunch of people in. But it's one of those, because it's such a well-defined level that I'm sure everybody on planet Earth is now watching this level and just saying, okay, we get through this, we'll go through. Maybe that's when I'll punch into my position or whatever it is, and just it's been a struggle. And now we come again. Right, this has been. You also got to remember the time of year, right? We got to remember that it's getting into summer, right? Summer is here. We're in the beginnings of it, so it's this, and then usually August. But like I showed you guys on the weekend, it is historically, over the last, I think, 10 years, there hasn't been a single down July. I wouldn't make a bet that this one's going to be the first in a while. Has to at some point. But it's one of those, it's not the bet that I would want to take and where I'm going to really get super excited here.
Yeah, I got to get through this one more pullback. At least that's what I see on the 15-minute patterns. So sometimes you got to hold through on the pullback. This seems like it's going to do a little pullback here and test. I got to hold in because I could run to the cash, but that's not what I'm looking here for today. If I can get the move back up to the highs, I'll probably have the account, guys. So at this point, I'm just like, hold on, hold for the risk to reward and get the reward. Let's go. Looking good on the day, and then GLW can do it also. The fun part is we have 2 positions on, and I have 2 positions that could get me that money today. It's just more, can I hang on, and will the trade and the Qs hang on their tape? All right, catching up with the chat out there, and you guys out there, what are you guys talking about in the chat? Let us know, what stocks are you guys liking it up out there, guys? And what are you guys getting into? I'm looking, worked for the Calb. Okay. Hearing a story about someone that has some firsthand experience in the chat. What else is going on there? Many ways to skin a cat. Yep. Hey, there is many ways, but I don't know where they got those ways, because I would never skin a cat, and I don't know where they got that.
Yeah, kind of a morbid, right? We got a lot of and then dead cat bounce. That's one of the another kind of weird ones.
I have yet to meet a dead cat that's bounced. Not many of them.
I don't know where this stuff comes from, but a bunch of weirdos out there.
Trader has 9 lives is not a saying, so we'll see what happens here. Getting that pullback, you see, you're getting that attempt, right? That washout look, right? So now what you want to be looking for is trend lines, resistance holds, right? That type of look where the pullback is fast, but then starts to hold up sideways, right? So we'll look for that action and look to see if we push right back above. If we go back through opening levels on the Qs in the SPY, that would be kind of more your worry. But right now, the SPY loading up for the 750 move. Can we get it, Michael? Can we go through the symmetrical triangle on the SPY today? The SPY is right there, right? So the SPY is closer to the symmetrical triangle than the Qs are. You can see how it's trying to do it right there. Look at the daily and the symmetrical triangle kind of coming into play, right? Can we get into this spot, right? Can we go to maybe 751, 752s? We could do a wick day where we go up there and maybe come back in it. But for right now, it does look like it wants to touch it. Let's see what happens, guys.
Well, we just made a new day's high by a tick and then just came right back in.
A ticky. I think it's going to be the Qs. The Qs got to stay strong here. If we want it to happen, the Qs need to remain on their challenge.
If the Qs can, just chill where they are, then everything else could kind of perk up a bit. Then, I think that would be interesting.
Everything is perking up. Everything is perking up now. Energy,
XLV,
basic materials, healthcare, utilities, real estate, cyclicals. Let's start seeing everything start trickling, right? That would be a good sign.
Well, and RSP turning positive on the day, right?
Yeah, that's a good signal. How's that looking?
Average large cap, the average large cap stocks down 0.25%. And if we look here, we have more declining on the NASDAQ or on the market than advancing, just barely. It's like a 50-50 day. And it makes sense a 50-50 day with the market hasn't done anything, but what are we on, a temp 40? We're trying to go through here. Maybe this time.
Gotta hang in there. We'll see if we get the lift off and can we get clear skies. I mean, we don't have any more news to worry about, at least for, I think Trump stopped talking, right?
Now he's talking about what's the latest thing. Yes, he's confirming his talk with the FIFA president.
Oh,
that
thanks.
he asked him to bring back the player. So there we go. Trump asked for FIFA review. So not market related, but yeah, he's saying, yeah, I called him to get the player back.
Yeah, man, he should be allowed on the field. Doesn't matter
let him go.
about the rules. I'm the
Yeah, let
U.S.
him rip.
president.
Play was not a foul.
That's what they're trying to say.
I'm a big fan. I'm a
I
big
mean,
fan of
it
crypto.
was.
He's saying,
I will tell you right now. I saw that. I know soccer. That is a clear yellow card. But that's just what happens. That's the hard part of the World Cup, and that if you get 2 yellow cards, you miss a game. And if you miss a game and then in an important game, well, that can be a factor. And the yellow cards go over from game to game. It's not like you got this 2 yellow cards in one game. He just, kind of get up there, right? So I think it's important to always just be careful in the World Cup. Like, you really need to be careful about yellow cards. People don't talk about that, but one of those unwritten rules in the World Cup, those I've seen the yellow flags really ruin a team.
Yeah, he's talking about crypto now, so he's moved on again.
Nice. He's talking about his money. We talked about that right here. How important he is. Hey,
Ethereum's moving. Let's look.
Hey,
at
SoFi could lift
ETH.
off of that. SoFi could lift on that comments.
Well,
I like SoFi back down.
Oh yeah, look at Ethereum lifting up here.
Yeah, I meant.
She's going.
Let's take a little bet. Let's take a little bet on SoFi here. Since the market's so close to liftoff, let's take a little bet. $6 bet.
Oh, Trump saying that he could allow Trump accounts to include Bitcoin.
Oh, now. But the only thing with the Trump accounts, it's only the kids that were born literally last year and this year. But it's at least a good precedent moving forward, right? It's not like it's 5 years ago. Like if your kids were born, right? Because my kids were born, just a couple of years ago, 2 years ago. But right outside the mark, right outside the cutoff.
Well, if it's a going forward thing, I think it'll be harder if the next president doesn't renew it. I think that that hurts even more than
that could easily happen.
Create something, and then if you take that something that was created away,
yeah, because really it came from Dell.
So.
All right, we'll see if SoFi comes back above.
Producer unmuted to tell us something there for a second, but I did not hear what that was. Ethereum looks like it's coming back in right now, so that was just a little pump, and it was just, I'm a big fan of crypto, was kind of all he said. So I was hoping for some follow up there, and
Michael Dell continued, man.
BMRN,
the Trump pump.
Yeah. BMNR is way stronger than Ethereum is right now, which is interesting because all it does is hold Ethereum. So you'd think that would be somewhat similar.
That's not a bad breakout, man.
So I'm watching that one. So it's got yesterday's and today's action right here, and then these prior lows. So this could be one of those kind of undercut and rally scenarios there for old Tom Lee to get things going.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's definitely a stock I'd put on alert. And it's one of those awakening moves, right? Where it just woke up out of its slumber.
Someone's talking about DJT. Yeah, just, I don't know.
Oh, I can't touch that thing with a 10-foot pole. I don't think Michael can either.
Yeah, you talk about, right, dead cat bounce like that. You got to remember, some guy out there, some really enthusiastic person bought that up at like 100.
Oh my God.
And now it's at 10. So I think this stopped being, for a while, it was just like a proxy of approval rating. You could essentially trade his approval rating based off of, he said something good, people
Pullback.
liked, this thing went up, and vice versa. But that seems to not really be, I think things like Polymarket destroyed that, where you could just make the bet on the individual thing as opposed to just, like, if you want to trade his approval rating, you can just go trade his approval rating, like, directly. And I think that's the biggest kind of deal. So yeah, that's just a chart that is in a downtrend, bouncing in that downtrend until proven otherwise, which of course it could. Speaking of in a downtrend, trying to bounce in a downtrend, did AMC? Yeah, AMC giving it back up there. Looked interesting for a second. Looked like it could get going, but it just wasn't able to hold. So big bounce, right, gap down, consolidation. Looks like this one might be moving lower. Trying to dig in, hold that dollar, that all important dollar that keeps you listed on the exchanges. SPY through that pre-market high now. It's closed 2 5-minute candles above it. So the drifting higher might commence here.
Yeah,
Finally.
I think it's important to hold there for right now. At least we're seeing the sideways action. It's just going sideways right now. I see so many sectors down, like in the last 5 minutes, they're down like 0.1 or up 0.2, and that just tells me we're in the last 5 minutes we've absolutely gone nowhere. I'm gonna expand that to like 15 minutes, but right now it just shows it, right?
And we point out, it's important to note, when
Exactly
it's
that.
choppy like this, not to be like boring, not to be like, oh, you shouldn't. But this is the moments that if I could have all the money back that I lost, like trying to make something happen when I shouldn't have, and just have been patient,
Calmness.
I probably wouldn't be here, right? It's just I would say people lose way more money in this type of consolidation than they do in market crashes, especially, short-term day and swing traders. Because in a market crash, you get your stop out, maybe start shorting, right? Maybe you make some of it back, that kind of thing. But when you're in an environment like this, where everything is just in a tight range, and there's not a ton of kind of news and events out there, the ability and patience to just sit and wait is the thing that kind of separates the men from the boys, so to speak, where the professional traders will just hang out, maybe load up a game on a second screen or something, like do something
You gotta do
to
what you gotta do. Distract yourself.
right, just right, put up a Netflix show, or right, just whatever it is that you got to do to kind of keep your eyes or your hands away from the market for a bit, but still be ready for if something happens. That's kind of the real dedication, is okay, I know nothing's happening right now, but at any moment, right now that we've broken out of this range, we're drifting up higher to yesterday's high, and that would be the real kind of, okay, now we are in a bullish day and things are starting to wake up, being here for that, but not losing a bunch of money while you wait, either through just suboptimal trades or through just eventually you're paying commissions and paying the spread and all of that. So even if your trade's just kind of breaking even, you're tying up physical capital and you're also tying up mental capital, which is just as, you could argue, even more important. So just having that patience. This is where things like alerts and everything can come into, where you could sit back and you could say, okay, well, I am just waiting now until XYZ alert triggers. Maybe the alert is for a new high of the day or a new multi-day high or something like that. And this is where I go back to the traders that I talk about, the systematic guys, who just have on-off switches for whether or not the market is in an outside day or an inside day, and they just have different day trading systems or different systems in general just for that scenario, right? If you're in an inside day, you do nothing. If you're in an outside day, you do awesome.
Seeing the penguin solution as an opportunity. Semiconductor stock there, PENG. This is up there. It's a semiconductor kind of holding in well today. But there's Micron holding in well. There's some liftoff there in Micron, so that makes me feel a lot better here as we start to see that nice little push there. Now I'm looking for more of these tech names. So let's go to AMD. AMD was on my radar, of course, with TSM to see a big breakout in these stocks. They got a big buy rating, and the 90 MA was the look on AMD. It was talking about how this wants 600. It's pushing 567. It's pushing well today. AMD, definitely on the radar. It's a little too far gone already, if anything. Look for NVIDIA to play a little catch up. So leaders to laggards, right? So I'd play NVIDIA because AMD is doing well. I don't want necessarily NVIDIA, but I do want some AMD. And so sometimes just leaders to laggard, that type of trade. Let's go to ARM and see if ARM starts to take off here. I like ARM for a potential move too.
One move and then the other one there, just to the sector correlation, especially with things like semiconductors, because they're not only semiconductors just aren't a sector, they're also a theme now too, right? If semiconductors are doing well, it's going to be good for just AI, like what's the AI kind of vibes in general, and whether or not those are going to be strong or weak. You can kind of see with whether or not AI is pumping or it's not.
Let's see if we can get a small trade on here.
So there's definitely not like a lot of excitement now that we finally broke that high. It's just kind of meandering higher, which is fine, right? If you have some positions going into it, but might not be the most important thing to kind of really get a big excitement to kind of push up, right? Trump's now warning us of communists. So
nice.
that's the tweet. That's the tweet. that's the whole tweet. That's all the context that I was given. So that's all the context I can give you. Is Trump warns of communists? Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
Makes me feel confident.
I'm glad I'm warned now. Just in case whether they're gonna sneak up on me.
You've been educated.
Yeah,
you've been educated, dude.
Just Trump warns a con. Like, is there one behind me? Is like what am I worried about here? But
it was a PBS moment, man. It was a public service announcement for you, dude.
Yeah, just beware. Okay, I'm aware now. Thank you.
Beware.
We just need to get this guy's number so he can pump our individual stocks. Like if he's gonna come out here and pump stuff, I'm gonna give him a list of everything I own.
I'm going to try to get some ARM here, guys. Let's see if I can get some in on the bid. I don't want to go on the offer, but I'm going to try to get in on the bid here. It's just pulling back a little bit right now. I can see it already.
Oh, EV Mux is stuck, I guess, for our producer.
Well, that means I take over the show. Let's go, baby. Money Mitch in the house. You guys know it. Hit the like. This is what happens. I get to hit the sound buttons.
He's talking about Dell
here,
now.
Let me see if I can switch it and then switch it back.
Walter Bloomberg.
Here. Let me see if I can fix it for him.
Oh, it says he's back now.
Oh, he's back. All right. There you go.
Oh, I think all that happened 10 minutes ago. Looking at the timestamps now. A lot going on, huh? Even on slow days like this, right?
No fill yet there on ARM. It's hanging in there, though. Some trades looking like they want to start going here. There's a little bit of some pullback there.
Well, now that now that I'm looking, now that the
ARM trade,
Walter Bloomberg is tweeting a lot about Dell.
Oh, there's
just start to be
Dell.
Start to be a little worried.
Dell just keeps going, man. They got it to 428. It got to 428. I can't blame him for it. I mean, Intel's another one, right? Whenever he talks, but he did mention Micron. He's talking my book here, but he did mention Micron. There goes ARM now doing a little bit of an undercut look and then looking for the rally. Can it come? Can the rally come to ARM? ARM holdings. Trying my best not to jump into positions until I see a clear breakout here, because I am seeing some pullback there in the Qs. Really, it's all about Micron for me. Micron will win the day if I give it the chance here, right? And so I don't need ARM, right? I like it, but doesn't mean I need to take it, right? Like I like this setup right here. Like this is a nice setup, but don't need to overload, right?
All
So wait
right.
to see
So
what
I think
happens
we're going
there.
to do a little. Here we go. So just give a little presentation, right? I actually have this going. Same kind of idea that I talked about this morning on Trader TV, if you guys saw me there, but we're going to switch over, I think, to my screen. For some education. Holy smokes, that was loud.
Bro, you
Ooh,
don't
that
like
made
to
my
rock and
eyes
roll?
water. That made my eyes water. That was so loud. I've got like some
rock and
chill
roll,
rock
baby.
in my ears, and
Then you got the
got
real
my-
rock on the
and
show,
it's, yeah,
baby.
I'm on Baba O'Reilly right now, remastered 2022 edition. Top song. But all right, so we're gonna switch. We do a lot of like short-term trading stuff. This is more for like the investors out there, kind of talking about buying all-time highs, which is something I know that gets a lot of people freaked out. I see this all the time when we hit a new all-time highs. Everyone in the world is like, well, I need to wait for a pullback. And again, we're talking about investing. We're talking about long-term kind of trading instead of, short-term scalping. So, okay, we hit a new all-time high. I got to wait for some sort of pullback. I can't buy the high. I don't want to buy the high. And that comes from a natural, I think, inclination to bargain hunt and things like that. But also, you don't want to feel or look like a fool by being the guy who, top ticked a massive bull run. It's not fun. It's not a fun feeling. And, there's the undeniable fact that all bear markets have to start from an all-time high. There isn't, right? The market makes a high and then at some period of time pulls back 20 some odd percent, and it happens periodically. But I'm going to use data to try to, kind of smooth that out in your brain and just say, not necessarily a bad thing to buy all-time highs. The reason I'm bringing this up now is Dow made an all-time high, like we talked about. RSPs made an all-time high there as well on Thursday. And just to go through and say, okay, what happened? So I grabbed the S&P 500 data going all the way back to 1988. So we got a lot of data here. And the first thing that I would just want to show you guys is right here, in which if you buy a new all-time high on the S&P 500 versus a random day, and then you kind of zoom out a year later, it's like, 10 to 11% return, say, on a random day, buying the S&P 500 a year out, right? If you include 1988, there's a lot of dot-com bubble. It depends on where you'll hear this stat go from 8%, I think, to like 12%. Depends on where you start your data, of course. But yeah, so about 11% return on any random day, with about 83% chance, roughly, we're higher a year later. However, if you take a look there at buying an all-time high, that's like a 15% chance or 15% that you're up after an all-time high, with an 88% chance. So you're more likely to be higher, and you're more likely to make 50% more money than just buying on any kind of a random day. It just shows that there is a lot of kind of math behind buying these all-time highs and just kind of holding your nose and doing it. And I think I'll get to that later. I think that's the reason why it works, right? So it also continues year two. It's not just 1 year out. If you compare buying a record high, and then if you go 2 years from that record high, you're going to be up roughly 20%. 2 years on from that high. That's pretty substantial, as opposed to if you just end up buying on any random day, right? So this is the reason, why I think it works, and it's the reason why most people don't like to do it. So there is roughly a 30% chance that every time the market makes a new all-time high, it never again in the history of ever goes 5% or more under that price. So I'll just pause there, just soak that in. So like say today we made an all-time high in the SPY. There is a 1 in 3 chance that we are never 5% below that price ever again. However, that means there is a 70% chance that we are down below that price. And that's why this works. And if you think of these numbers, well, you make more money than buy and hold. However, 30% of the time, you're going to have to deal with a more than a 5% pullback. Those are the exact stats of most trend following systems that are correct roughly 30% of the time. Most people who buy breakouts or trend continuations or whatever it is, they have that 30-ish% win rate. But what ends up making the money is that huge kind of risk reward side of things. And that's more or less what you're seeing here. When you're seeing that, yes, you make roughly 50% more money than buying on a random day. And 30% of the time, the thing never looks back and you're never underwater any more than 5% ever again, period. Those are great stats, but it gets really, really hard to know that 70% of the time you are going to get some pain. You know, it could be 6%, it could be 30%, who knows. And the reason for that is just this kind of graphic just showing that all-time highs cluster, right? You generally just don't get one all-time high. You generally don't get a market that recovers from a bear market, makes an all-time high, and then just immediately the next day comes into another bear market. All-time highs happens together. That's what an uptrend is. If you're not getting multiple highs happening around the same time, you are not getting a trend. You're not getting an uptrend. So that's why I think all of this works, is that win rate is low, but the amount that you make by buying all-time highs is really, really high. So that's kind of my argument here for a lot of people who say, you know, when they see the market cranking, they go, I gotta wait and buy a dip. Well, if you can time that dip perfectly, good for you. Sometimes you just want to make life simple and you just want to hold your nose. You want to buy that all-time high and move on with your day. So, you know, looking at what we're seeing here in the SPY, maybe we're going to be close to one of those again. And, you know, maybe some of that data can help you make a little bit of a decision there. Put it out there. But so that's it. So, right, don't be afraid. You will be wrong a lot by buying all-time highs. But it's a decent little trading strategy that is very, very simple, very, very brain dead. Just buy the all-time highs when and if they happen, which again, it looks like with this one, we're getting pretty close to potentially breaking out and making that new all-time high.
All right, guys, I'm back at it. I'm looking to see Micron. I got some run as I'm looking to drive on some of the solar lift off here. This would be a quick play here to see if it rips above the 13s here. I took a little bit there, looking for the continued drive in the market. And right now we're just sitting there, but we are pulling back a little bit on the SPY, but I'm watching the Qs mainly here. And the Qs are holding in here. That's what I want to see. It's just sideways there on the Qs, but weakness could come in there on the Qs, and then, you know, you start playing on the chop. So at some point, might have to take the money and run on Micron, but it's still working for the time being. I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, and it might just be one of those days in which we grind, you know, and those are very patient testing days, because you just have to.
Yeah.
You know, you got to grind with it. You got to say, okay, I'm gonna deal with the little tiny pullbacks that happens. You have to kind of have the faith that you're in one of those days.
Oh yeah.
And just kind of just hang out and wait for it, right? And they're not fun days to trade, because you don't get that like immediate gratification. You know, you don't get the I'm going to buy something and it just rips, but you buy it and you sit on your hands and you play that video game or watch that Netflix show or whatever it is, and then by the end of the day, you're happy you stuck with it, right? Give you a reason to sell, right?
Looking for JLW to start changing tunes because it is coming back closer to test me right now. So right now I'm not in the red, but just like always, I'm always very wary about letting the flowers go into the weeds, right? If you let a flower all of a sudden get taken over by weeds, well, I mean, that was a lot of the times your fault, right?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? You got to take control. So right now I'm watching it, and if I got to get rid of GLW, I'll get rid of it. It's fine, right? You stick with the flower because the flower might just take us to the promised land today. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's the beauty of slow trends like this is it gives you time to do that analysis. You're
Hmm.
not you're
You don't
not
have to be
super
fast.
rushed, and yeah, I don't need to. You can just look at things, right? If everything's kind of uptrending, and then all of a sudden there's a downtrend that happens in some other name, then it's happening slowly enough that you can kind of see it and then react slowly, which is why before I was a systematic trader, I was a swing trader, because for me, the slower I have to react to something, the less emotions will take over and the happier I will be.
Yeah, I can't blame you for that. I'm watching one trade that came back to the 50 EMA and then now starting to bounce back, which is Cisco. So Cisco is an interesting one because it is having a really strong day, relative strength on the day. And if you look at it on the weekly pattern, you can see how it comes back to the 9 on the weekly. That's the 50 on the daily. So I like that look. A lot of times, a lot of traders look at that look as a stock that was trending and now came back, right? Now starting to work its way back there is Cisco. So just outside of what you normally look at type of trade. If you want momentum in this space, that's your CRDO today. Look at this trade up 10%. So there is some momentum out there, guys. Just look for it. Look at that, right? That's relative strength, right, Michael?
Yeah. No, and you can just, if you look at we've
It's
got,
like Michael and I are like, yeah, give me some of whatever that is.
well, we've got, right, SpaceX actually down a bit today. We've got the Q's up 1.5%, been grinding slowly all day. RSP is down, SPY is up a little bit. And then all of a sudden, you have semiconductors up 4% on the day. So it's, I think one of the beauties of relative strength and weakness is for especially discretionary traders is it's not a huge like mental burden to try to figure out where it is. It's really easy on down days because you can just look at what's not down. But even on kind of up grindy days like this, you can go through and say, okay, well, just show me there is one sector that is kind of really standing out and showing that more obvious benefit. So let me just focus there and just ignore everything else. And again, having that ability is key. Just summarize, back to my trades quickly, but that CLRO, whatever that is, that stopped me out. The stop was pre-market high, so right there. But S dot is fallen again, so S dot's making up for that and some. Those are the two kind of systematic trades for the day, and they're working great. So I'm just gonna keep riding them out.
Awesome. Looking to see if Micron can continue to the upside, guys. Of course, you guys have known the trades that I've been talking about all day. I can mention a couple other ones to look at. Of course, I'm also watching those cybersecurity names. I also like Fortinet today. And that makes sense with like kind of those cybersecurity type of names that are up, right? I think those are names to watch, like Datadog on a turnaround trade. These names are just going with the leaders, but look at this trade, this nice little cup pattern, right? I mean, that's a nice little cup pattern for a leader right now. And then CrowdStrike, of course, doing really well. Pan W. And then CrowdStrike did a split. It's not just down to 205, guys. And that split is actually doing well. I think a good time split there for CrowdStrike. Who knows where it gets to, but it was expensive. It was up there to 700. Now it's a $205 price. Allows a lot of other traders to start joining the trade.
Yeah, people love these. They love a good reverse or a good split, not a reverse split. Yeah. Reverse splits are usually the kiss of death, but they love a good split, and it makes absolutely no sense, but it doesn't need to. It shows that humans still kind of run the market, when things like that actually serve some kind of a benefit. Because I should just break it down for those who don't know. A stock split does absolutely nothing. It's just you're taking the amount of shares. It's like you're taking a pie and you're just cutting it into smaller pieces to make it easier to eat. And that's the entire thing. There is absolutely no benefit to it whatsoever, other than there's some people out there who are like, I can't buy $1,000 stock. I want to buy a $10 stock, even though you just buy less of the $1,000 stock than the $10 stock when it comes to share size. If you're putting 10 grand, especially there's fractional shares and all kinds of stuff. But doesn't matter. There is this phenomenon that you can look at. Doesn't happen all the time, of course, but that when a stock splits, there's some good chances that it could pop over the next couple of days, as you get these people out there that for whatever reason wouldn't buy at one price, but will buy the same company worth the same amount, like at the same price.
You know, a
Why?
little bit
Who
of what
knows?
you talked about, Michael, of the spreading out of the trade. Now I'm seeing healthcare start to come back. So I'll give you guys that example there as an area that's starting to come back. Cyclical financials also starting to come back there. So you can see your capital market stocks start to lift off. We'll see what happens. It's 10:55. We'll stay with you a couple more minutes here before we get out of here. I'll be looking to see what happens here as we are getting a little bit of some pullback action there. And now in some tech names. GLW is the one that I'm looking at, probably cutting here. It is starting to go a little bit red here, but I can give it a little bit towards 199. I'm giving it that chance here to see if it can come back. Run is another tech name. I'm looking for a push above the 1310s. And now SoFi could be a name that if financials are going to dip and start to push back, could see some strength come right back in this name. We'll see what happens there. Healthcare, though, getting a little bit of a bounce on a day. After it got to wash, right? So you see it here in the XLV. Just wanted to show you guys that. Like to show
It's
you guys the
quickly.
trends to stay with it. What's up, man?
Let's pop over. We just got a quick technical question. If you want to hop over to my screen real quick, I got them up here. But just asking about trailing stops. So, like for example, my S dot, I've got my stop up here. So I'm in at $56. The stop at 62. It's currently sitting at 49 right now. If I want it to turn this stop into a trailing stop, in which every time this thing kind of ticks down, the stop loss will tick down as well. And if the stock moves back up, the stop won't move up, right? So it will just kind of trail down as the thing goes. You'd see it's right next to the X that I would use to cancel it. It's right here, this kind of fish hook. If I click that, then all of a sudden it's a trailing stop. And the same thing, I have the order box up here. So if I wanted to buy like Apple, let's put Apple in there. If I wanted to buy one share of Apple at market price, and then I wanted to put the stop at a certain price, like say I wanted to put it at, I don't know, let's do 312. Then I can either click and it will send out buying Apple, one share of Apple at market with a stop of 312. Well, if I click on the little hook that you can see right next to the stop loss, and I click on that, well, then that will then send as a trailing stop order as well. So again, if Apple moves up, this will move up with it. And then if Apple moves down, it will move down with it as well. So those are the two places to find it. You can either do it when you're in a trade just by looking at the hook right there, or you can do it as you enter a trade by clicking the hook right there. So I hope that helps. Those are two ways to do trailing stops. And they're great if you're kind of walking away, right? If you're taking a little bit of a break, you're doing something. Some people just like them in general because the concept of you're not capping your reward, in theory, right? S dot could trend very nicely all day, and if my trailing stops wide enough that I just don't get jiggled out by random prices, then I could look back at this thing and it could be something like this. S dot could be $5 a share. I don't think that would shock. No one would go, oh man, this weird company that ripped like this has gone all the way back. That's shocking. So it doesn't cap your upside. The only thing with them is just don't make them insanely tight, or you just run the risk of just getting ticked out all the time. I see all the, when I mentor traders and talk to traders and all of that.
Yeah.
People use too tight of stops all the time. Too
It
big
happens.
position size makes them use too tight of stops. Like trade less, loosen it up, give it some room to breathe. Especially you just got to look at what you're trading and how much these things. Even we could use Dell today as like a perfect example of like a really strong, rocket ship of a stock. There's still some, you go to the 1 minute chart, there's still some wiggles in there. And even on as it's going up here, went from 411 down to 404 for a second. Like there's some wiggles in this name. So you just have to be just careful. But that's how you set it kind of in the system technically. So
There's some wiggles out there. There's some wiggles. There's some wiggling going out there. I'm still hanging in there in Micron. We'll see what happens. Dell was one of those trades that we were able to nail right here, live, given the news, was able to nail it down there. And Michael didn't tell me to get in. He gave me the news. I was able to nail it. Right? That's what it's about, right? That's what we can do for all of our traders out there. And you guys in the chat continuing to talk about trading. It's always great to hear you guys in the chat. We'll continue going. There'll be more action, of course, later this week and later today. Don't miss Power Hour and read a book. I'm with you, Snowman. Read a book. I saw that out there. Yeah, go. TSLL Pop says TAC. We'll be taking a look at the action there. Today, IBM announced the first known computations of fusion materials on quantum computers. That could be something definitely to look at. We'll see what happens there. Cool on IBM. Nigel, you see? Hey, that's what it's about right there. Hey, that interaction in the chat, that's what we're all about, guys. So it's great to see you guys in the chat talking all about it. And Snowman, you see, I catch you out there, guys. I catch all you guys. Shaw, it's good to have you in the chat. It's good to have all you guys taking part. I always love you guys definitely are active in the chat. So, hey, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Of course, we'll continue partying, though, and we'll see you next time. Time for the scanners, but the party doesn't stop on the Discord side of things. So get to our Discord if you want to keep talking trading. See you, Michael.
Good morning, traders. How we doing today? It is Steve Talman here with Trade the Pool. We've got, what is it? It's the first recap of the week. It's the Monday morning recap. We got a lot to talk about. There's some really interesting trends that we are seeing in the marketplace. I'm seeing a lot of rotation going into this next new quarter, next new month here, and I'm really excited. I don't know about y'all. We got a lot to talk about. What is up in the chat? I see you talking up IBM. Hey, I own that. Nice. Hey, look at him. Look at Mr. Talk talking about the rotation today as well. The mid-year rebalancing. Yeah, there's a lot of motion in the ocean. Good stuff to talk about for sure. Bear with me momentarily and we'll get right on into it here. SPX already, it's glad I'm here too. It's got a nice candle here. Breaking through moving averages. We might be ready to see expansion through the day. Let's move to a 15-minute candle and talk about what's going on. Because so far it's been strong price action despite a spooky week last week. And what we talked about, hey, good morning, Nigel. What's up, guys? What we talked about in my newsletter this weekend was the rotation trade. We are seeing the crazy, crazy hotness of the semiconductors rolling off a little bit. Let's look at what they're doing today. Not a bad day per se, but still, it's not as explosive as some of the other areas of the market. So SMH here, it's up. It is up, but it's not up crazy. Let's look at daily candles, see where we're at. And then I do have a little report to get into once maybe it'll actually be coming very soon. Once I get my partner in here, then we'll be getting going with that as well. For now, I just wanted to show you these daily candles because you know what? Things are not as they appeared last week, in my opinion. So we have some divergences to talk about. SMH, it's an inside bar, but look what it's doing. It's putting in a top wick off of the retest of these moving averages. This is a sign of concern for me. It's a sign of concern for me. When we take the low of this range, we take the high of this range and we divide it in half, we're seeing that there is resistance here at this neckline. We're having a hard time. Whereas once it was support, twice it was support, third time we punched through, and now we're retesting as resistance. So unless we get a daily close over this open from Friday, this 622, or a close over this 9-day moving average, we are going to be essentially, I think, seeing this continued rotation trade where we're seeing weakness in semiconductors, weakness in QQQs. Look at Qs here, guys. Once it loads, this is underwhelming. This is very whelming price action. Sure, it is fighting for its moving averages. I'm not even married to this washout line here. It could grind up, but what I'm seeing is it's not being carried solely by semiconductors. And this is great. This is great. Talk says he loves the price action. VIX is flat like a board. Absolutely, man. I love it too, dude. I love it too because it's showing that, I mean, heck, let's look at the SPX weekly. It's showing that what we can do is we can trade sideways. We can hang out. Indices can chill for just a minute before pushing higher. I mean, hey, maybe they're ready to push higher because look at this weekly start. Definitely starting the week off strong after multiple weeks of consolidation. So we're entering a big level here already. And I'll zoom on in here. Whoa. Hello. I hear beep.
What's up?
That was an intense doorbell, Josh. Did you hear that one too? That was like your
I got
hammer.
There you go. That's the double doorbell ring right there is what I call that one. The double doorbell ring.
I like it. At least you're not ding dong ditching me. How you doing, brother? How was your weekend?
Good. Great. Of course, lots of good food. Talking, lots of. I still have food to be cooked. That I bought so much food. So yes, lots of food, lots of good grub. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Fireworks, still here, all in one piece. Nothing blown off. Good to go.
I did the finger count.
Yeah, right. We're doing good. Pops Mafia Joe, how we doing today? But yeah, man, we're good. How'd you, hopefully you got to enjoy the 4th on Saturday and got to watch some fireworks, got some good grubs, maybe some barbecue, some grilling out, whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely, it was a blast. I took my one little day trip of the year so far. I've gotten out of town once this year, but we went up to Point Reyes. Me and the girlfriend had a nice time, did the whole thing, saw some cows. It was a good time. I feel like that's when it's a road trip, Josh. Even if it's just a couple days. if
Saw
I
some
didn't tip
cows.
them,
Now you can't just randomly say saw some cows. What's up with the cows? Hey, saw some cows. Well, did you tip them? Because I mean, that's what we do in the South.
well, I guess I was a bad. I guess I was a bad patron. I didn't tip my cows. I didn't. I do tip my waitresses. I don't tip my cows. So that's the situation. But I don't know. When I drive by them, it brings me peace. Maybe I'm old, but just seeing them out in the field, just doing their thing, eating grass. I'm like, man, I can do that for a day or two. I can chill, just chew some grass. So that's what I did. I was a cow for this weekend. And oh no, we lost him. He'll be back in just a second. Oh, you guys are also seeing behind the scenes. I don't know why this is. There we go. Josh just somehow doxed my dashboard there. That was fun. So he'll be back in just a second. We'll talk about that. But in the meantime, let's just get over where we're at, because I think it's a really good time for a recap. I know it's just the start of the week, but it's also we're calling it the start of the month. I know we got the Monday in there, or sorry, the first of the month in there on, when was that? Wednesday. So we had 3 days of the month already in the books, but now we're seeing the kind of continuation. So I'm saying new month, new me, new stocks, and that's what I'm excited about, because the unlovables are starting to see some life. Unlovables? Surely he isn't talking about software. Oh yeah, I am, baby. Oh yeah, I am. And look at that weekly candle to start it off, ripping and roaring off of this crossover, off the 9-week, off the 21-week. And I'm liking this for a higher low off a key level. Bada bing, bada boom. It's a big just dipping on in below the weekly 200. It's been a new. That's been something I really focused on for new is first stocks. The simple low step that I dips that position a couple months ago. So I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you in particular, Microsoft. So Microsoft real quick. Look at that. Strong look. This would worry me because the lower low, if not for the prior swing to our key zone here. Key zone we're watching. It's basically this little soft spot, that 50 with the low watermark, so to speak, kind of the valley between these 2 points of interest, 375 and the big 340, 330. So since we kind of, to me, that says the buyers were just waiting for a bigger discount than this 375. They wanted to push it down as close as they could to this prior month's major high, and that's exactly where we transacted. That's exactly where we found buyers. Now that we are flirting, playing footsies with this 200 week, I'm a big, I don't know if I'm a big buyer quite yet. I already own some, so I'm waiting for the weekly close above to get really excited and add in even more, but I'm just about there, guys. With the rest of the sector looking this good, I think we have room. So Microsoft, we're talking IGV. Let's talk about some of the leaders in the space too, because it's not all dogs. There are some actual real strong names. And if this whole sector is starting to get juiced now, maybe the leaders just keep on leading. So for this, there's one in particular that's really, really, really impressing me, guys. And that is Frog. We're getting froggy with it. Look at that volume. You like the frog, Josh? You know about the frog? You got the crazy frog? You remember that song?
Well, yes, yeah. And then, every time I think of Frog now, the way you just said it too, which is funny. Of course, I'm growing my MacGyver haircut out, getting that kind of somewhat of a mullet going here. So there's an episode on MacGyver. Yeah, right. There's an episode on, that's funny. We'll both be MacGyver for Halloween this year. Let's do it. All right, I love it.
Perfect.
Sorry, good job. There's an episode where there's a dog on there named Frog. It's a dog named Frog, right? So how funny is that? It's a cute little, God, I forgot what kind of dog it is. Oh, but yes, a dog named Frog, and the guy that's on it that ends up taking Frog under his, because it's kind of, anyway, it's long story short, Frog has to find a new owner, and the least likely owner that you would think that just, that dog's so ugly, who names a dog Frog? So when you just said Frog, the way you said it, you kind of sounded like that guy on the show, on the episode of MacGyver, that ends up, and then Frog, then you see Frog for he's in, next thing you know, I say next thing you know, but then he's in 2 or 3 or a few other episodes, which was really funny. So now every time I think of Frog, I think of a dog named Frog.
I love that. A dog named Frog. That sounds like a Johnny Cash song. That's like a boy named Sue, right? I love that.
Right. Or what's called a cartoon on Nickelodeon, Dog Named Frog.
Yeah. Like you could, I mean, Josh, come on. We're leaving money on the table here. If there's anything to make a song out of, that's a good one. Think it over. I might have to pop quiz you at the end. What's the frog
I do.
song? Because
Yeah, right. But yeah, no, I do love some frog. Frog. I just looking at the chart there. That yeah, what do we talk about? Those W shapes right there, and especially when that right side of the W is higher than the left side, it starts to look really sexy.
I'm with you. I'm with you. And I was just kind of looking around. I was rooting around in the trash, Josh. I was in the trash looking in software, trying to find
Okay.
some of the strongest things, you know. So frog, it was jumping out, no pun intended, jumping out at me there, and just especially this big volume push that we're seeing. So really
Yeah,
impressive there. And oh, sorry, I
we need
lost you
some.
there for a second.
We just need some ribbit background noise. Ribbit.
Exactly. Exactly. I was trying to remember. You might actually know. There was a frog themed stock. It wasn't frog. It was like
Okay.
prog or pog. Do you remember that one? And it had a little
I
frog as the
don't.
icon.
I
Yeah.
don't remember that. I
Oh,
don't.
okay. I thought you might have. It was a small cap one. I remember I got hosed, getting diluted once, and then I was its biggest hater. I was like, their management. I was doing the pointing cat meme at him every time I saw him. I was like, they're gonna dilute on you. They did 4 times in a row. It was a piggy bank. So I'm glad that one got delisted. But I'm,
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
I'm trying to like
A
build a
frog.
positive association with frog stocks back. So that's why I'm
Okay,
here.
I got you. I got you, Nigel. What's up? Back again, Tack. Of course, you know what I ate. Tack. I think we went over it last week. Maybe you missed it, Tack. But yeah, we had the. Well, funny, my parents didn't remember them. I guess from the years past. My parent, anyway, because I don't think I did it last year. Was why. But usually July 4th is my day where my parents. A few people are right. So finally, I had it again. Say finally, but I had it again this year. And I do the quarter pound beef, full beef franks, right? And so I do that. I do the cheddar beer brats. We do the beautiful. I did slider. Say some sliders, but more slider smash melts in the end. Essentially, what I call them is where I smash it down. Anyway, it's an amazing little sandwich. So essentially, burgers, cheeseburgers, brats, quarter pound hot dogs. My mom and then brisket baked beans. Did some corn, of course. Who doesn't love some good old corn that's grilled, get nice, good, crispy, little butter, salt, and pepper. Go to the loaded queso. Avery did some jalapeno poppers, so it was a nice full loaded meal. But the whole quarter pound franks, everyone was like, "Man, where do you get these from?" I'm like, everyone just gets you a normal run of the mill Oscar Mayer, maybe a Nathan's, or it might be what Nathan's make these. Did you get the quarter pound? Not little skinny guys, not even whatever ballpark hot dogs. Those are all okay. They're too skinny. I want Frank. I want like those big guys you get at the ballpark. And that was what's funny. So going back to that, that's what blew people away. Of course, the burgers are good, but yeah, those Franks, they were like, man, these are great. Like, those are the ones to get. And my dad literally wrapped one up like he was at the ballpark, wrapped one up. He said, I'm taking one to go. And so literally when
Yes,
they
sir.
left, yeah, he was like, I'm taking one of these on the road. I'm like, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and grab it, brother. Go ahead and grab it. But yeah, those quarter pounders, those hot dogs are, they taste just like the ballpark. So it's good. Chorizo brats. I've never actually had a chorizo brat. That sounds pretty good, though. I love some chorizo rings.
Dude, you're so right though. You got to go for the ones at the ballpark, and there's something about it, just that the nostalgia associated with ballpark food. Like I don't know about you,
Yeah.
but that just brings me back to being 8, 9, 10, 11. Just
Oh,
hitting the park with my
yep.
dad. Not a care in the world. It's the good. It's
Hey,
the good things.
speaking of going to the park and having a dog, we do know what who plays tonight, don't we?
Oh
USA,
shoot, is it?
USA. So
It's
we
already.
play
I thought it was tomorrow. Josh, I keep
no, we
losing
play
days here.
We
I'm
play
excited.
tonight. Oh, is it tomorrow night? It's tomorrow night. It is tomorrow night, right? Or is it? Yeah, it's tomorrow night. It's tomorrow
I
night, right?
literally couldn't tell you, but it's
I'm
Belgium,
getting ahead
right?
of myself. I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, I think it is tomorrow night. It is tomorrow night. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, oh, I'll have to wear this again tomorrow. I literally in my head. That's how much because I know I was supposed to tease it with AUH. I'm like, hold on, it's not tonight, Josh. You're getting all freaking excited. So real quickly, we do have. Oh, it is today. It is today. I thought I was
It is
right.
today off.
Man,
You're right after all.
okay, I am right after. Okay, I'm like, well, that 3-day weekend throws me off. The Friday, and I'm like, what day is it? I'm like, oh, it is Monday. Okay, cool. Anyway, so it is tonight. But we want to talk about this on July 7th during the live trading room in the morning, right? So like essentially what we just did earlier in the day. Myself will be around, Money Mitch, Michael Nosh, right? Jesse tomorrow morning. We're gonna do a live raffle, and one winner will get a 25K account. The link is in the description. So we have the link in the description, today's description, right? We have the live stream. You click on that little description below. That's where we have all the information about us at Trade the Pool, whether it's me and it's Jesse or Steve or Money Mitch and all of our information, but then our links as well here at Trade the Pool and what you can click on. So not only we have tomorrow, we're going to be doing the USA versus Belgium World Cup prediction. And that's why I kept thinking that's tonight. That's tonight, I should say. I keep going with tomorrow. I'm telling you, Steve, I'm so thrown off here. Yeah. And then when you just, and I'm like, oh no, it is that. So anyway, USA versus Belgium tonight. We are doing the World Cup prediction. And then we are tomorrow, during the live trading show in the morning, we're going to give away a 25K account. But you have to sign up today in the description of today's live stream. So go click on that. So like I just clicked on it myself. US World Cup prediction. So that's tonight, which we're going to have USA versus Belgium. What do we go right now? USA versus Belgium. I just want to go ahead and go USA wins in a tight one, 3-2. What do you think, Steve?
I like 3-2. I'm going to be honest. I was kind of leaning to that. I'm going to go 2-1. You got to give it to the U.S., of course. Come on,
Okay.
we got what's his face? What's his face? Our striker just got the red card reversed too, so we're back in action here. We're ready to go.
Trump pulled the Trump card. Trump pulled a Trump card.
There you go. We pulled the Trump card. I always think of that GIF. That's GIF. I apologize. Of some politician from, I don't know, somewhere. It's like, corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved. It's like, let's get it. Come on, get him in there. Who knows? Also, I'm all hyped up. Did you catch the England-Mexico game? That was a barn burner right there. Did you happen to catch any of that one there?
Okay, let me. I've seen so much soccer. I'm like, did I actually catch this one? No, I think I caught some of this. Was last night's game? Was it not one of the later game yesterday? You're right. It was. Yeah, that's what I thought. And so I remember watching. I watched the first of it, but God, what did we end up watching last night? But I didn't see the finish of it, and that's why. Because I was rooting for Mexico, of course, going for North America squads here. If I had to root for one, Mexico or Canada. Canada's out. They've lost. They're out now. Now Mexico's out. So it's just here in the States, United States moving forward. But that was a good one. That was a good one last night. That I think, yeah. I just want to make sure. Yeah, England had the lead.
It was a heartbreak. Mexico really controlled the pace for like the first half. It's tough to see.
Yeah, that's all right. Hey. I'm just ready for ours tonight. I've not watched this much soccer ever in this amount of days. I don't think ever, because even if it was Olympics or whatever it might be, with us and the girls when they were always good, or even with us and the men, I only watched our matches. Any match essentially, I'm throwing it on. As soon as I get done with my live stream in the afternoon, I'm always going right out to my Peloton. Because you can swivel it around, right, and you can actually watch apps. So then I'm just throwing the FIFA World Cup on it. So when I'm doing stuff in the afternoon or whatever it might be, and throughout the house, whether it's in here, I have it on. Sometimes I'll put on the big TV, which usually give to the wife. Avery's got the big 85-inch in the living room. It's usually watching what she wants to watch. But anyway, every once in a while, and of course, definitely tonight, because when I put this on, she's like, I have to match with the good, because she has the same jersey kit, whatever you want to call it. And so, we got to get for the match tonight. I'm like, yeah. And so that's why even before I came in here, that's why I put this on. I'm like, yeah, the match is tonight. So yes, tonight matches tonight versus Belgium. Let's get after it. That's where I had us. We had us winning the first two here, and then moving on to the third overall match, and that's where we're going to face either Portugal or Spain. Really going to be getting into more extremely tougher competition now as we move forward here. So it'll be fun though. But yeah, do not forget 25K eval sign up. Links in the description. Giving that away tomorrow on the live stream. How about some big moves today? AMD, Apple, Dell. There were a lot of big moves up in the tech plays today. I don't know if you caught any of that or saw any of them. I know you're always bending it like Beckham with
there we
the
go.
SPY. I'm like, just had to throw some.
Well, that was good. You brought her back around town. I like it. A little bicycle kick action. Yeah, I didn't catch any of the moves in chips. My philosophy here is not calling the top on chips, but saying, hey, it would be okay. I would allow it if they needed to chill out. I am kind of seeing a little bit of weakness, not out of the gates. As you see the leaders, they were leading all right, but I'm just seeing the moves fade. I'm seeing these pops get distributed again, and that's what we were kind of talking about with SMH, the index overall. Pardon my slow screen, but there's Intel, another good example. I was watching this one closely on the initial dip, the initial rip, and then they're washing it out again. You know what ain't getting washed out, Josh? I hope it's not. At least that would really put a, there we go. There we go. This is my thesis in action here. IGV absolutely chatting up a storm here today. And I love it. This is what rotation is about. This is why we play the game, Josh. You know, it's about just how can we keep SPY either flat or going up while we under the hood churn through the leaders. You know, we give them some space, some room to cool off. We allow the breadth to get better. We are seeing really, really constructive price action. And I'd love to get on into my presentation. I was just worried about trying to launch it when I didn't have backup in case I needed to, you know, futz around for a second here. So
I'm here.
awesome. So let me get that rocking and rolling. Should be in my downloads.
Yeah, Norway beating Brazil was I wouldn't say an upset because they got that one juggernaut and they're pretty good, but it was definitely, I would say, definitely a lot of people probably had Brazil beating them, but that was another good win. I'm for any upsets, you know, any way to get different teams toward the end. I'm down. I'm about it. Let's wreck some
Absolutely.
dreams.
I saw a lot of sad Ronaldinho jerseys walking out of a bar down the street. So I think that was a tough one.
Oh, for Brazilians,
whether it was
for
an
sure.
upset, I don't know. But
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I say for Brazilians, to lose, they were, I'm sure, hurting. Like anything, it's just, you know, they're like Duke, they're like in basketball, you know, college basketball, they're like, you know, they're supposed to always win or supposed to be there, and when they don't, it's it's win it all or nothing. You almost like Alabama. They're those I always think of college because there's certain colleges that are so prolific and they've been so good for so long, and if they don't win the championship, it's championship or bust, you know.
Absolutely.
World Cup or nothing for them Brazilians. Now they're gonna come home. They're gonna get, I don't know what kind of Brazilian torture, but they're going to their Brazilian torture chambers. They're
Oh no, Brazilian torture sounds like it would be more exotic, and I would never hear of it, and it would also probably be in a much hotter, more temperate climate. So I'm gonna pass on Brazilian torture. But
all right. I'm passing on only torture. I'm not passing on would be food torture. I'm like, okay, well, fill me up to where I feel like I'm about to explode. I'll deal with that. Any other torture, I don't want to be any part of it.
Love it. All right, I am talking to myself as I get this going.
Go.
That's the one thing I haven't mastered for streaming yet. All right, so that will be going in the background. Cutting out on me. Don't mean to step on you.
I don't know if my internet's off today. It might be, or maybe it's EV Mux, but yeah, my internet could be. I have those issues. I will say some days my internet's good, and then some days my internet is not good, and I have no idea why.
No worries. I was assuming it was just me, but then I saw your face getting a little blurry on me too. So no worries there. Just elbow on in if if I'm stepping on you there. I won't give you a yellow.
I'm gonna have a yellow card. You're good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart my modem and router after this. I'm pulling in a whole 3 megabits per second on my on the download side. Yeah,
whoa. Like save some internet for the rest of us. There,
I'm living in 2007, brother.
You're 2000 and late, my friend. Well, at any rate, we'll figure it out. It's good to have you here, even if it cuts out every now and then. Gotta have my Josh. I was a little low energy Sunday night, and then I was like, what's missing? It's been 3 days without Josh. That's really what it is. You're like my Red Bull. So let's get into it. There are a few things I wanted to mention before we get into I'll have a nicer presentation, but we can talk the basics. The biggest thing is that rotation that I was talking about from SMH to IGV. The biggest thing that I'm seeing is that actually we are seeing a lot of healthy rotation, which I think is off of the back of let's see, what was it? The NFP that we got. It was a very underwhelming NFP, which is actually dovish, which is actually bullish. What I'm saying is, I think the path towards rate cuts are being repriced. I think it is starting to be on the table with just how bad that NFP jobs report was. So what we're thinking here is that as the hot, high-flying tech names like the semiconductors cool off just a little bit, we can see money rotate into sectors that would benefit from that rate cut narrative. So we're seeing just absolute Giga Chad strength in the XLV, in the financials here. I sure wish I played this path I drew back here when I was like, oh, what's it doing? Probably needs to make a higher low off of this area and then just rip to new highs in this megaphone. I didn't even touch the darn thing. I just looked at it like, oh my goodness, this path is playing out. But I think that is a sign that we're seeing that rate cut narrative start to come together. Do we actually get the cuts? I don't know. I'm dumb. I got to wait till the next data point. But for this data point, it seems like that's where the winds are heading. So really interesting to see that coming through. Really interesting to see some other unloved names starting to show some life. Look at Bitcoin here, Josh. This one is spicy for me. What a candle. It washed out super hard today, reclaimed all its moving averages, and this is after a nice undercut and rally already. So I am really liking this name. Let's see. Let me know if you guys can I get a 1 in the chat real quick if I'm coming through okay. Seems like EVMux is having some gremlins in the wings here. So apologies if this is not coming through. Let me know if it is, and we'll get this sorted out in just a second.
Hey,
Talk is reading
am I
my
back?
mind.
Am I back? Am I
You
back?
sure are, baby. Good to see you, brother. And you're crisper too.
Hey,
Oh, wow,
I
no,
just
I
don't.
think so.
I don't get what. I just don't get what's going on here. Some days this will just have. We have like these EV Mux just wants to smack us and just make us look like we don't know what we're doing. Like there's just so hey. What I do want to say when you said a few minutes ago, you did a Josh. It sounded like you put two words together. You said rotant when you meant to say rotating, and I was like rotant. That sounds like a rotating rodent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's when you take a capybara, put it on its back, and spin it around. It does some break dancing for you. You get the rotant. I don't. I like that. Um, is that a you thing, Josh? Just smashing two words together?
Yeah, hold on a sec. I had the live stream up, and we're talking here. We sound great. For whatever
Okay.
reason on the live, you're still frozen.
Me?
Are you? Are you in Ayush? Yeah, because Ayush messaged and said exit the stream, and I did. I exited and came back. It's low in for both of us for some reason. I have no
Okay.
idea what's going on.
You want me to pop on out and pop in there?
Yes, out and back in.
All right, I'll be back in just a flash.
I'm telling you. Can y'all at least? I think everyone can still see me. I am fortunately very low quality today, but that is there we go. Okay, I'll get my share screen up. So I think I'm still going. I think I'm still rocking and rolling, rocking and reeling. I just have very low internet today for whatever reason. My internet is absolutely terrible. Let me get my screen share up here. This is funny. I'm just like, man. Because Steve never has issues, it seems like. Here comes Steve. Steve's coming on back. He's coming on back. Okay. Okay. All right, I will. We'll see how I sound, Ayush, if you can hear me. Okay. Huh. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I can't. I have no idea what's going on with my internet today and why it's that low. Hopefully, Steve has better internet when
Let's
he comes
see.
back.
Is it working now? It was barely letting me in. Very strange. Can you hear me?
Maybe. Yeah. 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 Steve's good.
Okay, awesome. Okay, cool. Sounds good. We're back, folks. Thanks for bearing with us there. We got some gremlins in the under the hood there. But Josh, it's good to see you, all 3 pixels of you. And we're gonna get back into it here. Let's see. All right, Snowman can hear
Uh,
us. That's good. I think we're good to go.
Good. I'll have to restart my modem and router. So if I do cut out, I know your internet it's looking much better on your end. You actually have some bars. I have nothing, so I'll let you do most of the talking. How about that?
Yeah, sounds good. Let's see. Okay. Okay. And Ayush, I'm happy to go on later, like before power hour or something, if there's a time that works. So just letting you know. Okay, sounds good. Unfortunate. Thank you, though. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. All right. See you guys soon, hopefully. Yo, what's up, everybody? Steve Talman here with Trade the Pool once again. We are back for Power Hour. So glad to have you back with us. We had some technical issues this morning, but we are right back in there. Give me a 1 in the chat if I'm coming through okay, if I look okay, if I sound okay. I mean, I just shaved. Hopefully I look okay. If we are audible and visual, we're going to get on into it. We got a lot to talk about here. I'm excited. So let me know. I'm expecting Snowman in the chat, Nigel in the chat. We got Joe looking good, sounding good. I'll take it, brother. Thank you so much. So, guys, what do we have to discuss today? Good amount. It's the beginning of the month. Thank you, Ayush. It's the beginning of the month. We got a lot going on here. There's rotation afoot under the hood. So let's start with daily candles here. BK Lemons with the 1 in the house. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's always a bummer when you end up talking to yourself for a little bit, so makes me feel better. Awesome. So SPY, we are getting the peekaboo look. We talked about this compression, weekly compression. It's trying to push on out, move on up into the new regime, push up into this monthly buy-side liquidity. I'd love to see a nice push up here, clearing this out, then a little pullback into a moving average to get long into if we're ready to go. I was kind of expecting maybe a little bit of a push down to test this kind of pivot, fill in this little empty gap here, test in with our moving averages, which are starting to curl up nicely. But it's just a little bit tricky to project where we're going right away because we have some divergences in the house. So let's look at Qs first off. Much weaker. They're not ready to test their high a day. They're just focusing on reclaiming this moving average. I wouldn't be so bummed if we saw a bigger washout and a fake breakdown as well. Yet, what am I saying? Qs, weak. Yet we do have strength in the market. That is coming in from the Dow Jones. We'll look at the futures, make it easy. Look at this strength. Dow, it's over 50K, well over 50K, in fact. We're pushing 53,000 there. Impressive move. And look how steady this chart is. This looks like it's going to rip. And so we can start looking in this basket of Dow names for some real signs of strength here. Interesting to note, large components of Dow are actually software as a service. You have Microsoft, a big component there. And, well, it is trying its best to carve out. You see, we have this downtrend line we're looking at. And what I believe it's doing, it's fighting for this this daily 9 moving average, and it's fighting for this weekly 200. Once we're over here, I think this can provide a lot of uplift. Another one that I'm focusing on here, Boeing. Very pretty chart here as well. These are old lines anticipating what an up or down move might look. Let's get rid of these and see what we're really looking at. Kind of got some of this. Look at that. That's a pretty good path. We'll take that. Anyways, what we're seeing now, basically, the classic peekaboo line is starting to set up here. So I like drawing these kind of trend lines just like this, roughly like this, from wick to wick. But then I bring this second line down to the body candles too, because in general, I just want to see that kind of zone where resistance is starting. There's Snowman. I knew you were coming. Power hour, baby. Let's go. He's in T. We'll check that in just a second. T. Interesting there. Maybe it's time to get involved in some of those telecom names. For the monthly chart on BA, I'm telling you, this one looks good. We got a big old base. What I will say is the past 3 times it failed these uptrend lines. We had this uptrend line here. I'm going to redraw this for posterity. There we go. There is our consolidation, right? In general, I really like these looks when you have a flag on a flag or a pennant on a pennant, when you have these fractal patterns building off of each other. So you see BA on the monthly, Boeing, we got the downtrend line. It breaks that, it backtests that. Now it's forming a second little pennant right there. Little downtrend line, uptrend line, get that squeeze going. So this is what I'm looking for to start propelling these names to the upside. One more for you, Service Now. Look at this volume. Oh, we got a visitor. Let's see. I will spare you the doorbell this time. You ready to come on? Cool.
I see you still got your happy faces going on.
What was that? My happy face? Oh, we're back here once again. Yeah, I just can't stop doodling. All right, fine. You don't like my art? They're gone now.
But... No, I liked it.
Well, all right. Maybe they're not gone. Okay, there we go. They're back. We got some stuff to talk about, Alejandra. But first off, how you doing? How was your weekend?
My weekend was great. I just came back from a retreat. Where's the girl from Trade the Pool? I'm here, Snowman.
We're never
um,
gonna let you live that one down.
I
Sorry,
fell off
sorry.
an e-bike, so I'm like sore and recovering and like still tired. Or maybe I'm just like too relaxed. My body's like, okay, let's ease our way into the charts because yeah, I had a bad morning. I took a
Oh
big
no.
loss. If you want to see
Big one.
pictures, I'll be posting on my IG, so make sure to follow my IG.
Pictures of the trade or
Uh,
of the retreat. I was like, what are we
not
talking
on
about?
my
I'm sure people will tune in no matter what, but
my retreat, yeah.
okay, awesome, awesome. I was like, damn, I'm just gonna post pictures of the big loss. I respect that, but that sounds awesome. I will. You've earned yourself one follower. I'll have to go and find my password for Instagram. It's been a while. Let's see.
Yeah.
We got some comments here. Pops Mafia, can you pick 3 stocks you think will do well in the second half of the year? Yes, I can do you one better. I can give you way more than 3 because I was gonna run through my newsletter here at some point. So yeah, at some point this hour we'll do that. I've got a whole bunch of picks for the rotation trade that I see afoot because I'm thinking we got some movement in the sectors. We're finally seeing some life in some of these beat down names. Meanwhile, Qs, they're cooling off. We have Dow Jones names. They're very strong. We have SPY in general looking better than the indices for the first time in a while. Qs have definitely been trying to take the lead. And I think this is a good segue, Alejandra, into our Around the Horn little check-in. So, guys, this is what we've got. This is what we got. As we mentioned, that's incorrect. All right. Never mind. Never mind. These numbers are not right on the Qs. I got to figure out what's going on in my code here, but everything else is still accurate. So just ignore that. The point I want to make here is we are seeing some circular motion. So if you look at these line charts here, you're seeing IGV for the first time in a while on a 5-day trend is actually pushing up very constructively. You can see on these little bars here, this is the high and the low of the day. So you can see IGV just pushing new highs. Meanwhile, SMH, they made a little bit of a push up to 618, and then they fell all the way back down to just over 600 for now. So we're seeing a lot of relative weakness in these chips when you compare them to the software. That's why I got these next to each other, because it's kind of like a pair trade where money goes from the check writers in IGV to the check cashers in SMH. When that divergence gets too big, when the jaws open too much, you'll see them start to close. I think that's what we're seeing. Speaking of some other laggards that are actually doing pretty well today, Alejandro, it might be time. Gold's actually up. For the first time in a while, we're seeing an uptrend on this 5-day chart. How does it make you feel?
Pretty good. I'm ready to take some longs.
Okay. I like it. We're converting the short queen here onto the long side. Of course, it's risk off assets in gold, but hey, that's
Well,
neither here.
I can take long just with SPY or any chart that's like hitting all-time highs or that has been bullish. It's harder for me to be bullish because either
Mhm.
you have to take a breakout, you have to take a bull flag, or I don't know what, a pullback to go higher. And
Yeah,
those are not my strategies. So I have to like the way that I'm gonna go long is at like major support or at a nice support level. And when it's at all-time highs, like how are you gonna find a level all the way up there? It's just gonna be a continuation to keep pushing, and I just don't trade that way.
absolutely. Totally understandable. Me, on the other hand, I am a degenerate. I love to buy high and sell higher. It's momentum. It's fun. That being said, I do understand because it's easy to get your hand slapped reaching in the cookie jar there, buying something that's really extended, as we've seen in the semiconductor trade. So I respect it, Alejandra, and I think that you're right. It does make it easier when you have a range that you're playing in, right? If it's made a high and it's came down and confirmed a low too, well, then you have a nice playable field, so to speak, you know? So I totally understand that. Well, I think gold, it's looking pretty good, and it's really interesting to see the strength in Bitcoin as well. So all of these assets, they've been having a hard time, you know? They've been just getting beat on left and right. Sorry about that ding. Some alert went off. We'll check in on that in a sec. But anyways, we're seeing this rotation trade. It's no coincidence that this is the halfway mark of the year. We're going into this this next quarter here, starting in the beginning of this month, and we're starting to see the money shifting around there. And that I think is really healthy, because what it's telling me is that breadth is expanding. So this market is not just being held up by a small basket of the semiconductor companies. They are not just ripping everything else up by its hair in the indices. Instead, we're seeing money getting or profit getting taken from these leaders and starting to get distributed into other sectors. So if we go down to the sector scorecard, to me, this is really healthy. So first off, this is wrong. First off, technology is not leading, so I apologize. I'm not sure why that number's incorrect. But what is true is that we're seeing healthy rotation in some of the other sectors here. And especially what I want to point out is the strength in financials. So why I think this is happening is I think the really bad NFP numbers that we talked about, we did a report on that last, what was it, Thursday. I think that was the canary in the coal mine for the narrative to shift towards a new one regarding rate cuts. I'm not sure if we're going to get rate cuts or not, or when, or any of that. I'm dumb. What I do know is that the market is responding to this change. So essentially, we got very, very, very cold NFP numbers. The jobs were very low, very low. So this sets the stage for a potential rate cut trade, and we're really seeing the sectors that would benefit from that take the lead here. So XLF, very dominant here. Tech, taken a breather. So it's interesting to see this shifting around like this. And what else? The other thing I'm noting is that the risk off trade that we were seeing into the end of last week, this is actually cooling. So consumer staples, they're not very hot right now. Utilities, not very hot. So if we were entering a sustained drawdown period overall in the market, I would think that these kinds of trades would be longer. Of course, one day in here, since we've been watching this kind of rotation, a few days in, but it's worth noting. And for me, it's a good sign. And well, the indices, they're responding how I'd like to see. We have SPX at the high of the day there. I'm a little frozen, pardon me. There we go. We have QQQ doing okay. Not great, but close to the high of the day. It's a smaller candle, but still productive. We talked about Dow as well. If it'll let me load it. That ain't right. Oh my goodness. Alejandro, you ever see a chart that looks like that? Whoa.
No. You have to expand the price on the right side, but yeah, I've seen it. I don't know if that's the actual chart.
No, this is something terrifying. I don't even know. It's scaring me. There we go. That's what I was expecting to see. Okay, much better. And here's the Dow Jones, incredibly strong and looking like it's ready to ramp up further. So to me, I'm not seeing the markets falling off a cliff with these semiconductors. I'm just seeing healthy rotation, breadth expansion, and allowing more names to join the party. One more big component here, healthcare. It's chugging along here, and I think it's going to break out of this larger cup and handle pattern and up and on to new heights. I would love to see XLV up about 25%, 20% at this 200 level by the end of the quarter, let's say, but realistically, I think within a couple months. So yeah, this is kind of where my head and my money is at. I'm reallocating some of the winnings that we've had on the amazing run in the SMH, all of these data center type plays. I'm not saying the trades are done. I'm saying they need to rest a little bit, probably, till I get that sign to really pile back into them. I'm loving the setups that I'm taking and looking for in the unloved sections. So we have XLV we were talking about. We were talking about XLF financials. One more for you, the fintech space. We're basically looking through a pile of unlovable stuff, trying to find some good value that the market seems to want to rotate into. So we took PayPal this morning. This one's working out well so far. And I think that these names are going to start to see some mean reversion to the upside. So names like PayPal. I know Talk has been a big proponent of SoFi and some of his other rate cut baskets, or, I think he was specifically focusing on the student loan aspect for names like SoFi, for names like Affirm. Very strong here. Looking like it's going much higher. A few more for you. He had mentioned Tree. I was doing some research on more names in this basket, one that looks very similar, and I'd be interested to hear Talk's thoughts on it, or any of your thoughts on it. Root, very strong chart. You can see, I thought it would catch earlier. We're going to ignore that. But in general, this is a very, very interesting to me. Catching and holding a back test and a breakout of this 200-week moving average in the context of a higher low here. So these are all names that I'm focusing on. These are some to put on your list for that rotation trade. And I do have more for you guys too, but I've been yapping a lot. I want to check in with Alejandro. What are you up to over there? What are you looking for, either for a setup today or maybe later in the week? or what's catching your eye right now?
Nothing. I'm not
Okay,
attracted
that's
to
fair.
anything.
I mean, I can yap. Don't get me wrong.
No, go for it. I'm listening. I pretty much just trade futures. I'm
Mhm.
not. I don't. I'm not doing options right now. So, all of the companies that you're going through, I'm like, okay, maybe I should open my futures, my cash account to do some options.
They're
But
tempting
it
you
does
guys.
get. But listen, it does get overwhelming when you're looking at too many tickers at the same time, especially if you're not like experienced. If you're just trying to chase or like look for a play, it's for me as a beginner. For my students, it's better for them to focus on one chart and analyze and study how the chart moves, because every chart moves a different way. I don't know if you could agree or not, but like blue chips or like large cap moves different than small cap futures. Even MNQ, MGC, and MES, they all move differently. And since I got back, um, I haven't touched the charts since Thursday. So I'm
Fine.
slowly just like charting everything. I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at the difference between SPX, MES, MNQ, and I was just about to pull up SPY just to see like how they're all moving, because
Mhm.
SPX hit a new high, but MNQ didn't. Um,
That's an interesting
so
divergence there, right? Like we're
yeah, so
seeing
then
money going somewhere else.
yeah. And then like right now MNQ is hitting an area of resistance for me. So I actually took a short to test it out. But it looks like it's just too strong, too bullish. And it
Mhm.
looks like SPX wants to keep going. So it's like, I'm not really like too excited about futures charts right now. I'm more of
Yeah.
a Asia trader, so you can yap all you want. um,
Fair enough. Mm.
what do you guys trade on the chat? Like, are you guys more like large cap? Do you guys trade futures? Are you guys on prop firms? Are you guys on live accounts? Like, what do you guys typically trade? It's
I
interesting to
think
see
I
how
think
people trade.
Yeah, Q's catching up here. I think they trade whatever moves the most. That's what I see a lot of. I know some of y'all have a lot of
Right?
discipline. And you're trading these themes and these rotations. But I totally get just going to where the biggest money is moving. So
Yeah.
there's some interesting stuff to talk about right here. Q's, by the way, just for your trade, I'm seeing the little wick over this kind of volume shelf. So either we start ramping up, or maybe if
Yeah.
this candle closes weak, we might get a little bit of a cool off. So hopefully
What
for you there.
time frame is it?
Oh,
Is
this
it
is a
1 minute?
1 minute degenerate chart here. Just you know me, you know me. So maybe a 5 minute close with a nice topping candle would be nice. Ideally below this point of control at 72450 on QQQ. But we'll see. We'll see what happens there. In general,
Okay.
definitely weaker in the Q. So at least you're taking it on the weaker instrument there. But I will say, SPY looking pretty strong so far. I see
Yeah, it's
Monkey
looking
Luffy in my chat. Oh, sorry. We got somebody in here who's going, I want $10. $10 right now on SPY. So we'll see if we get that kind of move. But so far, pushing up here. They're trying to stop you out. That's what they want. Can't have that. Hey, what's up, Adrian? Good to see more people in the chat coming on in. I see you, Groundhog. Groundhog's playing picks and shovels. I love that. We can talk some good picks and shovels plays as well. Nice pop on Hood. Let's take a look at that. I know my good friend Richard made some good money on Hood here today. Said he booked 10% overnight, and yeah, it looks like he bought the close, and he bought a few days ago, I guess, but still really nice action there. And I think Hood has room. I think this is a good one. Very, very explosive here. I wish we played this breakout. We were talking about it. I know some of my server caught it. I did not. But I do love these pushes off these large bases. You can see on the right side, this volume profile, big chunky base here. And yeah, I'm liking the action, pushing up from base to base, or from point to point, so to speak, up to this next area of interest. Adrian playing the dip buy on these data center plays. This is interesting to me. So you're calling BS on the meta narrative there? So if anybody isn't familiar, Meta, they basically said, hey guys, we're a neocloud now. So all of these other neoclouds, they got punished. They got spanked. Absolutely spanked. Basically, basically just Do you really want to face off against Meta if you're a small company? I don't really. I don't really. So it really shook the sector. As you can see, these big red candles smacking on down. But Keel, it is respecting the 50-day. We got to watch and see. Adrian's calling BS. Yeah, the compute is different and it makes no sense. So I'm a tourist in the space, but I've heard smart people saying just about the same thing. He bought IREN. He bought CoreWeave. Let's take a look at those real quick. Nice reversal on IREN, giving us the smiley face there. This is a deep back test of this downtrend line we've been watching. A deep undercut of this volume point of control here at 42-ish, give or take. But man, what can you really say? What can you really say? It is looking a little bit sketchy here. A little bit sketchy here in my book, but we did get this reversal. So if this candle sticks, feeling a lot better. I was not bullish on Friday. But as me and Adrian both know, sometimes you need a little bit of faith on these names, and he's got it. He's getting paid for it. Love to see that. Loaded on Keel as well. Yeah, very nice, very nice. One more name in our basket, Adrian. Saw this one was up 7% earlier. Came back a little bit, but it's just one on my list. I've got alerts as it tries to reclaim or does reclaim this 200-day. I'll notch this down just a little bit. That's where I'm looking. That's where I'm looking. Talk mentioning some good stuff here too. Yeah, Nebius and CoreWeave fell. That's the one that I'd really be interested in buying the dip on. MBIS. Even then, it's like, do I really want to? Yeah, I kind of do actually. Bottom wicks off of the 50-day here. First time it's interacted since it did this kind of stuff. And you can see even down here, they love shaking that tree with ugly candles. Ugly candles. This one was on a Monday, not a Friday, but it was an ugly Friday close too. Basically saying, hey, you got to have faith to hold this. If you do, and you hold under the previous swing low, if you just trust the process, maybe trust this 200-day instead of this 50-day, then you'll be handsomely rewarded. We will see if the first interaction from this 50-day is good for another pop. I would probably figure, at the very, very least, I'd like to see it fill this gap. So that seems pretty good to me. That's a nice 20% trade at least. If we get that, yeah, 17%. With the potential to do the big thing and just keep on trucking. I like it. I like it. Still a fan of this name. What else do we got going on in here? Talk mentioned something that I want to talk about.
I have a question.
Yes. What's up?
So when I was first learning how to trade, somebody asked on one of the streams if there's so much opportunity out there with like all these different plays with all these different, tickers or assets or whatnot. Why would somebody, I'm not saying like, why are you doing this? I'm just wondering like the psychology behind it. Why would somebody place multiple different option trades in different, baskets versus putting like if you're so confident about that play or about that, chart, why not go big on that play and then like just bank on that and then move on to another one once you're, done with that one instead of like looking for a bunch of different ones. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Totally.
I don't know if that makes
So like
sense.
why diversify, right? Like why spread your positions around, spread your money around if you really feel the strongest about one in particular? Well, it's a good question. How I would look at it is this. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, but I always think of the famous Kobe Bryant quote. The thing about putting your eggs in one basket is people always forget you can lay more eggs, so it's not. I am a fan of sizing up on A+ setups. I call them fat pitches. Like when you're waiting in the box, you got a 3-in-1 count, and they just lay a fastball right over the plate. You gotta swing. You might miss, but you gotta take that swing, right? So that's what I would say. I size up, but I never put all of my eggs in one basket just because I'm not Kobe Bryant. I need to, basically play just safe enough that if I'm wrong, because I'm always, even on a really high confidence setup, I figure 1 out of 5 of them are going to just do something BS that I say it's BS, but I probably missed something or whatever. It wasn't as high probability as I thought. So it's just, it can be very, very risky to have too much in any one trade. So I'm a big fan of, especially for options, Well, there's two ways I'd put this. For position trades or swing trades, stuff that I'm going to be holding overnight, I think it's really nice to be diversified. And I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even say options, that can be risky just holding anything overnight. You could get a black swan headline where everything goes down and just murders all of your options. But you can protect yourself, insulate yourself a little bit from that by, spreading the pot around a little. So, for example, that would be the kind of philosophy behind barbell investing, which is basically like, okay, I want some speculative, high beta, risky tech stuff, because hey, it's fun, it goes up fast, semiconductors go burr, yada yada. You want exposure to that. But if you're all in on that, then you might have a day like Friday where you're down 8-9%, even though you're in an ETF that's safe, because it's just so concentrated. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Apple was big green on that day.
I know
So,
Apple has been pushing.
oh my gosh, look at it go. Look at it
Yeah.
go, baby.
Your
So
drawings.
yeah, okay. Well, this didn't quite work. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. We didn't get this last push down to form this, but we did get the line break, and that was a nice move there. So my point being, if you have some in different pots, nothing is going to hurt you bad enough that you're going to just get crushed. So what I would say is, let's see. What I would say is that it's an art, not a science. Because it's subjective when we're assigning discretionary like power rankings or tiers to these setups, right? Like your A plus might be my B plus, my A plus might be your C minus. It's all different and depending on how we trade. So I think it's really important to have some kind of grading metric in your head, so you're not just putting the same amount of money on every single trade. But I also think it's real important to not just get too backed into any one corner. Because if you really believe in a setup and you put half of your money in it, and then it goes down 3% and you don't think it should have, what do you do? Do you take that full loss, 1.5% of your whole port on the one trade there, or do you average in? Now you're 100, now you're full porting this thing, then it goes down another 5%. You just can't handle the pain, wipes you out, and then goes and makes your initial move, something like that. It's just really easy to get shook when you're sized big enough that your emotions can get involved. So that's
Yeah.
another area of subjectivity. But what I know I'm ranting a lot, but Alejandro, what I'd say is my number one takeaway is that your edge is trading the biggest size that you can without your emotions kind of spilling over into the trade. So
Yeah,
if
that
you
makes
can handle a big size and it's a great setup and it works and you take your profit incrementally and you let the trade work, that's awesome. For me, if I start moving, it's a very psychological thing because it can be a small amount of money. Like usually I load up my gamble options port with like $1,000, and then I usually don't put any more than $250 into any one trade, just because I start feeling uncomfortable. It's not about losing $250. I've lost $250 many times. I will lose $250 many more times, probably sometime this week. It's about having 1/4 of my bucket just being in jeopardy from one anything. So that's kind of how I look at it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Now, another question I have with that, following up on that, what would you recommend? Like, do you think that there's, like, based on the level of the trader, like, how would you recommend them trading if that's the case? And then,
Mhm.
like, how would someone manage, more than one play, right? Like, are you
Great
pretty much
question.
like just watching all of them and like they're ready to be executed, or they like do they have their limit stop
Mhm.
losses? Are you is there no stop loss? Is there no profit target? Like how do you typically manage if, like, let's say you have like 5 plays going?
It's a great question. So, for example, today I have 2 plays going now. I did at one point have 3 going, and I was watching 2 others. So usually what I do is I just drag them to the top of my focus list, so they're all right
Mm,
next to each other. And then at the very least, I can have my little watch list or maybe my phone up on my little desk thing here just to watch these.
mhm.
If I'm not actively so basically, what I'm saying is maybe I'm not able to watch every single candle of every single play, but I'm
Right,
still
right.
basically keeping tabs on it. Another big
Okay.
part is setting alerts. So for me, I have alerts set if they go to the point where I might have to reconsider my position. So this was where my
Mm,
PayPal uh, alert was earlier today. We got in right here off the higher low. Very, very clean, if I do say so myself. And so it started working. And then I said, okay, it's up here. It's forming a new higher low. So I just want to know if it loses this. I'll still be up like 20% on this option. But here's the thing. I do not have a take profit or a limit sell actually on this small position. This is an outlier though. It's because I literally threw $50 at a play. So my risk is, it's not even $50. It's if it comes down here, I'll only be up 10 instead of like $30. And then I'll just say, hey, I'll take my $10. This was very easy to do. This wasn't like stressful or anything. I'll take my $10 and I'll just wait. I'll keep it on my focus list up here at the top. I'll wait for a bounce off VWAP or something to get back in, and then I'll put my little alert under there. So that's how I kind of manage it when I only have a few. If I had more than this, and like for example, this morning I was in these three, and I also was, like just doing kind of administrative stuff, answering emails and stuff, maybe sleeping in a little bit. So I didn't want to be completely hands off. So I did put stops and limit orders on my XLV position. So for that one, I basically said, "Ooh, nice candle here. Nice, it's working." I love it. So essentially, same kind of thing. I'm kind of boring. We got the sweep out to this high time frame support area. I was hoping we'd get to 160. We didn't quite, but then we started shaping up. So right around here, I think I said that I was interested. Basically came down, came up, tested a VWAP, came up, made a higher low in this little complex too, and started pushing. So my idea was essentially, I will put my alerts. Looks like I actually took them off, but my alert was under here, and I actually had a stop loss just a little bit under there too. So the idea was, if my alert got hit, then I'd go and look at it right away. And if it just got smashed through, I'd get stopped out. If my alert just got tagged, then I could kind of assess the situation and manage it. Luckily, it just went off like a bottle rocket. And the next thing I knew, I got alerted when we were up here at 162. I did take that alert off, but it's a great time to put it right back on here, right under here. So now if we go under here, I will be alerted. If we go a little bit lower, then I'll just get stopped out for a 20% win. Yeah, 20% win-ish, something like that. And this allows me to kind of lean with the trade, rock with the trade, roll with it, I'm not sure if this is a very succinct answer. I'm just kind of talking through what I did today. So let me know if you have more questions there. But in general, if you are watching multiple positions, it's really important to just protect yourself in general, guys. Like worst case, if we get terrible news, I don't want all of my options contracts to go to zero because I'm trading weeklies. They're risky. And this is why I really don't recommend trading weeklies, guys. And that's why what Alejandro said about skill being a factor, it does come into play. So I'm not saying I'm some God's gift of trading or anything, but these plays, the upside is that they can go 50% very fast. The downside is they can go down 50% very fast. You can take the exact same trade with shares, and it's much safer, especially if you do it on your trade the pool account. You get a couple hundred of those shares, then you're really rocking and rolling, making more than you would with options without that big risk. So that's kind of the quote unquote short answer, which really wasn't that short. Does that kind of make sense where I'm coming from? Or do you have any questions on that?
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if everybody else trades that way, but you seem to be very professional and organized. Thank you.
Well, you said it, not me.
Oh my gosh.
So let's see. Talk saying, by the way, that they trade the same stocks daily. I'm calling BS. I see you trading a whole lot of stuff, but he is diligent in like baskets. He's like, all right, we're trading this theme. So I do love that. No red candles allowed. My next take profit, I think, is at my hourly trigger here. So we'll see how this plays out. This might be a little entry, but in general, I'm just sticking with the plays and rolling with them here. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at in terms of trading options there. Oh, TL Bryant, I swear this isn't my alt account. I appreciate you, brother. You're a winner too. You're all winners in my book. So let's see. We got some more questions to catch up on here. Pops Mafia in the house. Steve, do you think Trump accounts are going to help the market move up? The Trump accounts. Could you give me a little more information on that? Yeah, I know that sounds scary. Oh, I smacked Cleo.
That sounds scary.
So give me some more color on what the Trump accounts are. Are we talking about him, the reports of like his crypto earnings and like his stock holdings? I don't think that's going to move the market too much. Not any more than any 13F or something like when we hear about what Michael Burry's holding, because they are delayed in X, Y, and Z. So let's talk about that in the future. Yeah, once you give me a little more color, I can answer that better probably. TL Bryant is short Uber this afternoon, looks like. Let's take a look at that. Is it getting beat on? Whoa, look at that. Wow, he's on it. That's got to be news, right? That thing just fell off a cliff. I mean, I know it's not a big drop, but that's straight down 2%. Whew. Huh.
Whew. That would have been a good one to short. Like that's my A plus right there. I'll
That's
put
your A
all
plus.
my
Yeah. Oh, well, look at this. This has
all my eggs on
rooms.
that.
All your eggs, all your eggs. You going Kobe? I like it. So what I do like is that this thing is violated. It's just violated just about everywhere it should hold. We had a nice volume shelf at 72. That got smashed. We got these moving averages clustered. The 50, the 9, and the 21 all sitting here from 72.66 to 73.18. All of those got tested. It popped up to its point of control, the 74. If we scroll back, you see this purple line. This is the line in the sand. This is the big pivot. This is the big pivot. When it goes above, it likes to go back to it. When it goes below, it likes to go back to it. Above, back to it. Below, back to it. Until it seems like it tried to push above, went back to it, and now it's pushing down. So I would expect, at the very least, a retest of the 70, this volume shelf here, 70, 50, down to 70 perhaps, and to me, looking kind of dire. So what we can watch for is a close under these wicks. I would consider these two a little demand zone until proven otherwise, but not a very strong one. And I think this one could potentially be a really nice bear flag that's about to break down. And I would draw that like here. That's looking like a pretty good bear flag to me. Once it cracks, a close below, especially below the 71.50, and I think this is a short swing. Oh, this is really good too. This is great alpha here from Talk. Talk in the house saying the best thing you can do is trade pairs, long and short. So this is approaching trading like a long short hedge fund would, which is basically saying, all right, Alejandro, give me a sector, give me any kind of sector, and we're gonna find a really strong name that I like and a really weak name that I don't.
Sorry, you cut off for a second. Give you a what?
Any kind of sector, like tech or healthcare or energy, anything like that.
Let's do healthcare.
Healthcare is a good one. All right, so let's start with one that I really like, a really strong name in the healthcare space. I already know what it is. Lilly. This is my baby. I love this name. I think it's going much higher. The weekly chart in particular, just beautiful. Just hanging out at the top of a megaphone after breaking the range. Amazing fundamentals. When the patent cliff comes for a lot of these other pharma companies, these guys, they're going to be head and shoulders the clear winner after the dust settles. They stand to profit immensely, while most others, stand to really get smashed by these patents falling off their cliff. So I love this name. I think it's the strong one that I want to anchor my basket to. Now I need to find a weak one. And the idea is that I hold both in equal size usually. And then I just let the market do what it does best. Differentiate between winners and losers. And you make money on the spread. So an example of this trade that I've taken in the past was being long mega caps, but it was a pair trade long short. I was long Apple and I was short, I forget. One of the software-based ones. I don't know. I think it was maybe Netflix at the time or something. But it ended up working really well because the market was just really hungry for all of the hardware, for all of those, anything involved with hardware was getting so much more traction than the hyperscalers, than the software guys. Sorry, fixing my mic here. There we go. So if I, for example, what would be a weak one in the health? You picked a hard one because everything seems strong in healthcare. Maybe. What about hymns?
Tech. Okay.
Wait, what did you say?
A tech? Check tech?
Tech's good. Yeah, we can do tech. I'm like literally thinking like, what is a weak healthcare stock right now? Someone shout one out. that ain't weak. Holy moly. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you picked the strongest sector. How about for tech? We got what if I was just over the past couple weeks, let's talk about if I was long Apple and short Microsoft. You'll never know, but I was actually long both. But if I was long Apple and short Microsoft, this is what my port was doing, just grinding on up. Now we're going to
Damn.
overlay what QQQ was doing, even like what the MAG 7 was doing. So we're going to go MAGs.
Mm-hmm.
So this pink line is the MAG 7. So it's not a massive outperformance, but you can see that we're just kind of gradually just very safely collecting that kind of difference here. There we go. There's a great one. Throwing out some weak ones here. Centene or CNC. Yeah, so we can do this comparison as well. So I'm going to go LLY over CNC. Interesting here. This was when healthcare insurance companies were starting to pop and then having these wild moves. But ever since Lilly started pushing up, this was when Lilly... Oh, wait, no, am I reading this backwards? I think I'm reading this backwards. Never mind, guys. I think I'm crazy. The point being, if you pair a really strong chart with a really weak chart in the same sector, you're limiting yourself from the risk of, hey, if something bad happens to all healthcare stocks, of course, it's a little different when I'm trading pharma versus a healthcare provider. But even then, they're in the same space. They're kind of beholden to a lot of the same levers, mechanisms that would make a stock go up or down. So essentially, you are able to participate in the trade or in the sector trade without being kind of outsized or exposed outsized to that part of the market. I'm flubbing my words now, but I hope the most of that got through there.
Yeah, I got the point. That's an interesting take. I actually didn't really think about that.
Yeah, it's called
But
long, short, or pairs trading. And
yeah, I've done
there
that
are
with futures, but I only trade two tickers at the same time because I could split the screen and I could just focus on that. But the only reason why I've done that is because I was streaming live on TikTok, and so obviously like I'm managing two trades, the chat, the music, and then like obviously managing the chart. So I was long MNQ and short gold, and yeah, I mean they both played out, so it was pretty cool. I didn't realize I did that.
awesome.
But
Cool. No, I love it. And sorry, I was catching up on comments, and Pops Mafia gave me some more context. We were talking about the Trump accounts. So he was saying, I'm just wondering if all the money going to the kids, is that going into the market? Are they going to give a boost to the market from this money, this grift money that's entering into these Trump kids accounts? So I think I missed a headline. I don't know how much money this is. I'm sure it's a lot. I'm sure they've all made a pretty penny. Here's the thing about when politicians extract money from the public sector, which is by and large what they're doing. You could say are also from the private sector, yada, yada, yada. But plenty of tax subsidies, etc., are going into their pockets. Generally, they don't give a ton of that back. So is it going to stimulate the economy? Maybe, but it's not the same as like giving out stimulus checks, right? Because when you give a stimulus check out to somebody who's living paycheck to paycheck, or, maybe is middle class and they just, they're like, hey, I have a free couple $1,000. I'm going to go buy something I wanted, they're much more likely to kind of give that back into the economy, as opposed to, the more money you have, the more you're like, oh, I have 2,000 more bucks. Okay, whatever. Maybe I'll buy some more stocks, probably. But like I'm not going to go out and like support my local economy, for example. So maybe it's good for the stock market. It's probably not good for the economy. I never think grifting is good for the economy. But hey, what do I know? That's above my pay grade. I'm just here to look at lines, So let's see what else we got here. Love all the engagement. Sorry if I'm missing any comments. Let's see. Pfizer's always weak. It's common sense. Yeah, Pfizer, I don't actually know exactly what's going on outside of it. Seems like they are just the biggest loser in the patent cliff when you're looking forward. And all of these patent cliffs are coming. To me, it seems like Lilly, by far and away number one. Novo Nordisk, a solid number two. And their comeback is actually very impressive. They're looking like a healthy chart long term here. In my book. I think they're finally putting a nice bottom in there. I'm focusing on these ones in the space, and Pfizer. It's just a dog. I don't know what its deal is, to be honest. But like Talk says, I'm just staying long Lilly. Absolutely amazing company. And this is one area where I was advising a friend recently. Not advising, just saying, hey, this is what I'm doing. because they were like, I have too much money in semiconductors and it makes me nervous. And I'm like, hey, I don't blame you. What I'm doing is I'm buying a bunch of healthcare and barbelling that out. So I've been doing biotechs, acquisition targets, stuff like that. I've been doing these pharma giants here. So Lilly. And for me, that's making me feel a lot safer holding the few pure play like AI semiconductor type things that I'm still holding after these crazy runs. I'm still going to hold on tight to my really nice cost basis shares of the last little bit of like ARM is one. I picked up a tiny bit of Marvell after earnings at like 200-ish, 195. I'm still holding that, even though down a good amount from the highs. But I'm able to kind of weather that pain and just hang out there because I'm seeing this rotation happening, and I'm starting to kind of barbell with software as a service as well. More Microsoft stuff like we can talk about these more, but Frog, incredibly strong. Trying to find a spot to get involved with this, but it's insanely strong. This is one that's crazy strong. Another one that's on my list here, IoT. I think this is a really pretty chart. Reclaiming the 200 week. That's what I'm looking for in general on these. And just looking for this rotation. Talk's mentioning out some other great plays in the med tech space. So ISRG. This was a really old play for me that I have one share left from 385. Oh no, this is the one I only bought one share. Alejandro, sometimes I do this. I just buy one share if I'm not sure. And then I look later and it's up like 100%. And I'm like, this could have been my whole year if I just bought like 5 more, or not 5, like a little bit.
That's what I mean.
But it all compounds, right? Because I'm not stressing this one share because it's been a rocky road. It's been wildly swinging, So if that was my whole port, I'd be sweating bullets. But yeah, he's mentioning ISRG. This is a really nice one. You can just play the index too, IHI. I didn't even know this was an index. Maybe you were aware, Talk, but this one's a new one for me. Shout out ChemLife in our community. He is one of the institutions, I would say, of the fundamental analysis and healthcare space. And he has been absolutely slurping up shares of IHI. He would not shut up about it for like a month and a half. And he's been right. It's getting the push off of it. He's up very nicely with his cost basis around, 49, something like that. And I'm sitting here wishing I joined, but I think all of these sectors have space, and it's basically creating this breadth expansion in the market. Very bullish in my book. So I love it. What else we got? We got Tyler in the house. What's up, dude? Adrian talking Zeta. This is another really nice one. This was in my newsletter as well for software as a service. Beautiful weekly chart here. It played with us a little bit on this fake breakout. I know some people got stuck here, but just came back and checked in essentially with where it broke out from. So this high volume node, I'll refine this zone just a little bit here. As we see, this is where the meat and potatoes are, and that's what it retested. Caught exactly where it should. The 50-week moving average, so 200-day. Yeah, 200-day moving average is purple. Beautiful double bottom off of there, plus our stair-stepped weekly trigger. I do believe, weekly trigger at $19. So it did the thing. It's looking amazing to me. I think that this thing is going to very relatively soon be repricing up above 25. That's what I'd really like to see. So those are some of the things on my list here. Alejandro, am I getting you excited about some of these? Am I going to get you to buy some healthcare? The most boring thing in the market. Yeah, maybe. Oh,
My brain is still trying to wake up, to be honest.
Oh no! Well, let's get into some faster stuff here because we got Josh Smith, 47. He's in the chat calling out small caps. We got to give our small cap boys something because we got 11 minutes left. So remember, 1 minute till the mock candle. Be careful of that guy. But let's look at FXHO. This one tried to lift off. Looks like it's getting a reset into the VWAP-a-rooney here, into this high volume node at $20 proper. Let's see if it can reclaim the 20 or if that was all she wrote after sweeping the liquidity on these top wicks. Right about here.
I love how they call me that girl.
I think it's just one of them in there. Don't encourage him.
No, it's two.
It's two. All right, we got two troublemakers. In the house.
Two troublemakers. That means they love me. It's okay.
Exactly. That girl We'll trade you under the table on futures, let me tell you. So we got some new people. Let's see, Jonathan Spencer in the house. Guys, speak to MNQ. Alejandro, you want to take this one? That's your baby.
Oh, what did they say? Speak
They want to know what's
about
up with
it?
MNQ.
Oh, I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to
it's
talk
so,
about? All right, I got this one.
like, seriously, it's okay. So first of all, it was a little choppy this morning. It kind of pissed me off because I didn't have this level drawn here at like 29,800.
Oh, do you want to share your
Sorry,
screen?
no.
Sorry,
I
can't see.
Yeah, sure. I'll look at QQQ. Am I not sharing? Oh, duh. I have to
I'm
share.
not seeing it.
Sorry, guys.
You got your
Okay.
lunch recap Alejandra tab here that I can. Let me try if I do.
Okay, there we go.
There we go, and I'll do the transition.
Okay,
Boom!
yeah.
Look it up. Awesome.
So, I mean, QQQ looks a little bit different. I usually look at MNQ because I trade MNQ, but it seems like the numbers were just as expected, and I don't know how the market takes that. I don't know if like that's like a good thing because we ran, but we didn't even actually have like enough volume or momentum to like have a real push. And if we were bullish, I wanted these highs to get taken out up here, but they didn't really reach to that level. And I trade ICT concepts, so I see some sort of rejection here at this level. And so like I mean, obviously I don't trade long, but it was just really hard for me to take any long position here, especially because we had this gap fill down here. So in my head was like, okay, we could go either way because we're in between and we're in the middle of this range. And
Yeah.
as you guys can see, like we're not getting the momentum and the push to keep going higher to take this buy side liquidity here. So it's like, what does it even want to do? Like, is this just consolidation manipulated to have a distribution to the downside and come and take these lows down here? And so I don't know, like the numbers can get confusing to me sometimes. So I usually just trade price action. And then overall, just looking at a bigger time frame, like if we look at a bigger time frame, this looks like it's getting higher lows to continue to keep pushing, but it's just really choppy. And then if we look at SPX is literally about to go sweep these highs up here. So it's like, all right, what do you want to do? Like what, and so it just makes it hard to trade it. And I actually took like 3 big losses. So kind of made me annoyed. But then at the same time, it's like, okay, well, that's what I get because my brain is still in like retreat mode and my body feels like really relaxed. So what I should have done was I should have only traded like with one share or not one share. No, it got stuck because of you.
Now you're like me.
One contract instead of 3, which is typically my first. But yeah, so anyway, I'm excited for tonight because my bread and butter is Asia session. And I actually enjoy the music because the music like makes me focus. And I think maybe that's just like the way that I grew up. Like for me to be focused, I really like I grew up with music. So I think if it's like too quiet, I'm in my head and my thoughts too much. I need the music to distract me and just stick with the play here. So I'm gonna be looking for maybe like around 8 or 8:30 is when I find really good trades. I would be looking to see if we're going to continue to sweep these highs here and look for a rejection to maybe like have a new lower high form on a higher time frame, or just get confirmation to take that short position. Otherwise, I'm not going to touch it at all. And I'm just going to maybe like look at gold or oil because they both are looking bullish. But anyway, so to answer your question, I don't like the price action on QQQ.
You're not feeling it. Fair enough. I think a lot of people are with you there with not feeling it. For me, I'm not touching Qs unless I'm ready to go short. If I am looking for a short, it's going to be on Qs. And if I'm looking for a long, I'm going to be trading the ES or the Dow, so YM. And by the way, you mentioned looking for trades. You find good trades. You said 8 to 9-ish to 9:30, something like that. Is that what you said? So I just wanted
Pacific time.
Right. Okay, cool. So I was going to say, so that's like basically right before midnight market time, right?
Pretty much. Yeah. It's like,
yeah, okay.
It's like almost after I can't think right now. It's literally, yeah, before London opens.
Gotcha.
Or
Yeah, the London opening there for sure. Great time to look for that influx of liquidity. And I'm with you. So, Adrian, are you alone on feeling bullish on the Qs? I am bullish on the Qs, but I'm not. I want to play the leader. Maybe I could be looking for this laggard, and it does look good to me. And like you said, Alejandro, higher lows, but it's just choppy. So for me, I'm fine letting this one settle until chips kind of pick their direction. I kind of want chips to air out. I don't know if I'm going to get it, but I got a little hedge in place there. I got some MUZ just in case that does work out. I'm still slightly green, not quite as green as I was before. You can look at MU. I think it's back over 1,000. Oh no, it's just hanging out right at 1,000 basically. I'm sticking with this short. I got in right about here yesterday, so I'm still sticking with it as the hedge here. But I think that with this rotation, we could see Qs go sideways and even go up with chips trending sideways to down. I know it sounds crazy, but with the strength that I'm seeing in IGV and some of the other corners of the market, I'm feeling pretty good. We got some more questions here. Mr. Scripted Signals. I'm sorry?
Oh, before that question, someone asked if I invest in ETFs, and I currently don't because I'm transitioning from options to futures, and I am literally like almost ready to trade my live account for futures. So I've been trading prop firms on futures, and I haven't really been looking at ETFs or large caps or any other sectors to answer that question. And the other question that you just pulled up, somebody said that they joined your Discord or something, and my Discord is on the link on my bio on my Instagram, but it'll be labeled as a WAP account. It just kind of eliminates the bots to go that way. So
I see. So I will join through the WAP and then it'll hook up to your Discord. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, I use WAP as well. And yeah, for me, I have the free Discord. And then if you sign up with WAP, it will unlock like a signals channel, a newsletters channel. But that being said, Alejandro, you just earned yourself free access to my newsletter channel because I want you to start trading some of these if you're looking to start getting some chiller investments going, that's less like you don't have to watch every candle. You can get a little port going there if you want. So I'm going to give you and anybody else in here access real quick.
Cool, I'm down. Yeah, my Discord is free, by the way, and I mainly do it. My Discord is mainly for beginners. I made it so that like it's almost like I wish that everything on there was there when I first started. So I am helping a bunch of beginners like that have no idea what anything is. Like some people will be like, "Oh, what's the difference between large cap and futures?" Or like, "Why are there different why is there different types of trading?" And well, just because there's different markets and different sectors like we talked about earlier. So I mainly focus on futures because futures as of now, well, not anymore because Trade the Pool has a prop firm where you can buy shares for large caps. But like a lot of people don't have the capital, or if you're a beginner, I wouldn't even recommend putting your capital on the line. So prop firms are a great way to start. And that's what I focus on. And I host free classes recapping the market, reviewing the market, and just looking up potential plays. And I'll do call outs, but I'll mainly do them as like what I'm seeing. I don't typically just like say, "Oh, okay, buy at this price and sell at this price and stop at this price." So yeah, if you guys want to join through WAP, it's free.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I just dropped my link there too. I'm going to just make sure my newsletter is nice and visible on the main page. And I'm also going to pin it there just for anybody who's looking for it. It's called Passing the Baton. It's talking about a lot of rotational plays, and newsletter here for anyone on stream. There we go. And it's been pinned in the market chat comments or section. So if you're looking for that, go ahead, check it out. Essentially, I think we've got a really fun couple months of trading, and there's the bell, guys. So I'm really looking forward. To this next couple months, this next quarter, because we're getting some interplay with names that I haven't gotten to talk about for a while. We're seeing some names like PayPal of all things. I'm gonna yank the screen back here,
Yeah,
wrap
go
it up
for it.
real quick. But look at this strength into the bell. I'm loving PayPal on an hourly time frame. It's taking this downtrend line and this horizontal resistance and flipping both of them, I do believe. So really liking this. Let's look at a daily real quick. And remember the theme, it's just unlovables. If there's something we can rotate into, now is probably the time. I see a big gap overhead that I'd love to trade up into and fill. I see this really nice higher low structure, and I see this this weekly trigger up here as well, providing a target right at about 48 where this low volume node is. So really looking for this to play out. And there we go. There we go. I think this could be the higher low. We could even see this be the very bottom. We could see a test of this 200 up at the 50 in the 50s. So these are just areas that I'm looking for to kind of get involved and just look for exposure in things that aren't up 1,000,000,000%, like all of these leading chip names. Let's see. So guys, I want to get through the last of the comments here, then we're going to wrap up. So Michael, let's see. You've mentioned Fizz before, so I do want to talk about Fizz here. Why haven't you gone long Fizz with special dividend of 325? That's a big dividend, depending on share size. Let's look at this chart. Fizz National Beverage Corp. So what I will say is these names are quite compelling. Michael, I think this is a good time to take a look at these. I don't know the details of this one in particular. It looks like it washed out hard into earnings, popped and then rejected on earnings, but is holding the low of the range. So if it can hold this 30.67, this could be a nice bottom. I am seeing a lot of strength in beverage names. A few others we can look at. Oh, well, that's not very bullish, is it? A few days ago, they were looking pretty good, but this is rough. So maybe I got to retract that statement here. One more that I was looking at before, Celsius. This one's very strong. So I want to keep an eye on this.
Celsius looks good.
Yeah, oh, yeah, there you go. You're keeping them afloat single-handedly, aren't you, Alejandra? That's your
I
go-to?
drink. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like my pre-workout. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Yeah, I like the passion fruit ones or guava, something like that were really good. But I'm gotta be honest, I'm more of a Red Bull guy. But we'll let you slide on the Celsius because the chart does look good, I gotta say. Big volume nodes above. Let's see what it does at 35. But something to keep an eye on. So why haven't I gone long on Fizz with special dividend of 325? Because I don't know enough about him. But Michael, I'm gonna check him out after the bell. And we will see if there's anything looking good there. What's up, Rick Knight? Good afternoon to you as well. We are just about wrapping up here, but I do want to get to a few more questions here. Talk saying he sees a Wyckoff. I'll have to ask you on what, because we've been talking about a bunch of Fizz. Okay, let's look at that. Or if it's a Wyckoff, maybe this is a spring washout. Okay, actually, am I going to get nerdy here? I might have to do the thing. Alejandra, give me 1 second here.
Go. No worries.
So I'm going to search a Wyckoff diagram. Here we go. We're going to get this and drag it on into our chart. Copy image. If you guys didn't know, you can do this. Paste.
Oh, scripted signals. Sorry. If you text me the word freedom or DM me the word freedom, you'll get an automatic link. Sorry, I'm bougie like that. It's just imagine like the amount of times like people ask me like, can I join? What's your link? So on my bio it says if you send me the word freedom, it'll automatically send you the link.
So you're getting the bots too. I'm getting a whole lot of bots recently. It's been a nightmare. So this is interesting. We might be seeing a spring here. Here's the diagram. I know it's blurry, but the important part is essentially you form a range and there are certain characteristics in each phase. You see phase A, B, C, D, and each of these has a certain characteristic. What I am seeing is something quite similar in this washout area, this spring. This can be a very, very interesting place to get involved. I think that Talk might be on to something here because this washed out here. And Michael Anthony, I know he's a fundamental trader. He's got him on lock. I've seen him have some really nice call outs here that I didn't see technically yet. So this might be a really nice area where the technicals actually are quite decent if it is following this paradigm, this schematic here. And if it's got a good dividend, if it's in the right kind of sector, if we are seeing these kind of names pick up, this could be a great longer term hold. So we will keep an eye on Mr. Fizz here. That sounds like a soda already, Mr. Fizz. So we'll keep an eye on that one going forward, Michael. Thanks for bringing that to our attention there, and good call on the Wyckoff there, Talk. So that's mostly what I got. Talk saying, look at cocoa. I don't wanna. I was looking at it at 20, Talk, and I did not pull the trigger because who buys vitamin water? Or who buys coconut water? Well, apparently everybody does. Wow, crazy recovery here off their earnings too.
Wow.
But it's into a split. What in tarnation? I'm losing my mind. Wait, so this is something else. This is something else. Hold on. I'm looking at like a stock on like the Indonesian stock exchange. So sorry, we're not looking at PT Wahana Interfood Nusantara. There we go. Okay. Also a crazy move in the past couple days. Talk, you think this one's done? Or you're looking to buy it? I don't know what to do with this, but I'm going to keep an eye on this too because I was watching this one. Oh, way back here on the break of this. So yeah, there are great trades in the space if you find good companies. It's just, this is like more like a monster type trade where it's just kind of a unicorn. It just took off. Look at Monster. Wow, it's $100 stock now. Insane. So, I guess buy energy drinks is the long and short of this. We have Tacitus. Good evening from Alaska, everyone. What are your thoughts on Peng? Oh, great question. Earnings tomorrow, infrastructure play, strong heartbeat pattern. I don't know. What do you say? I took the trade 50 to 75 and I cashed out. I think it's going much higher. I think this is a hellish flag. It's really shaking the tree. I have some friends in this with big size. They're not having a particularly easy or fun time navigating these fake breakouts, but I do think the earnings is expected to be very good. I'm very bullish on this stock in general. We could see this put a little bit of a spark back in some of these AI infrastructure plays, but in general with these, if they've had insane runs, we could see them pull back and then rebase for a couple months and then make explosive multi-100% moves. And I'm really not sure if we're around the corner there or not. That's what I got to say there. Let's see. What else we got? We got Mike Ryder in the chat. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Mike likes coconut water.
Crowbar?
I'm the crowbar. I'm the crowbar.
How did you get that nickname?
Well, this one time Josh wasn't using a stop loss, and I didn't take too kindly to that. I like to manage risk, and if I see risk unmanaged, I'm gonna go ahead and manage it for him. So had to break out the crowbar and show him what's what. No. Oh, Tacitus is Pythagoras from my Discord. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. I bet we would get along over a couple beers because these are some interesting figures that you have named yourself after. So
I saw Mark on my Discord, so hello.
Nice. We're bringing the family all together. I still need to join yours as well.
I know I need to join yours as well.
I know you do. I didn't see you join yet. That's okay. I know you're a busy gal. Let's see. What else do we got going on here? We're wrapping up here, guys. We're overtime. We gotta head out. Totally cool to head out. Okay. I finally got to the bottom of the comments. I see 240. I bet it's even higher, the number of people we have in here. So thank you so much, each and every one of you. We really appreciate that over here at Trade the Pool. Gotta throw it back to Alejandro for the last word, though. What do you want to leave these fine people with today?
Keep it up, guys. You inspire me to trade and invest in ETFs. And you don't have to trade futures, but there's so much opportunity out there, and whatever works for anybody, keep doing what works. And I hope that you guys reach the $1 million mark, if not more.
Boom. I love it. I'm going to just leave it right there. Let's manifest that milli. That big milli in the bank. I think it's right around the corner. If you are looking for some guidance, just come on back into the chat tomorrow. Just keep on hanging out with us. We will teach you what we know. You're going to teach us stuff too. Every day, I love this because I get alpha from the chat. We got really good traders in here. So be sure to not miss out. Tune in tomorrow. We got big plays right from the bell. Even before the bell, we got Big Money Mitch setting you up with the playbook for the morning, telling you what's hot, what's moving, where you should be looking. Then you got me in the afternoons with Alejandra. Maybe I'm going to be with Josh. We're going to be doing a whole thing. We got the J&J show, Josh and Jesse holding it down midday. And then, of course, Power Hour. We don't have earnings tomorrow, but we do have earnings on Wednesday and Thursday, I do believe. Let me double check on that. Actually, we might even have it tomorrow. Bear with me while I flounder just a little bit, guys. Thanks for sticking with me. I want to give you the proper information. We got 2 days of earnings today. It's either tomorrow and Wednesday or Wednesday and Thursday. So I want to get the real scoop here for y'all. Alejandra, could you fill like 10 seconds of air? I'm like, I have nothing to say.
Yeah.
While I look
No,
at my tab.
my girlfriend was just texting me asking what time we're gonna go to the gym. So I'm like mentally preparing myself to change and go to the gym. Otherwise, because I just got back from the retreat. So when you're in nature and like you unplug, like I literally didn't have my phone at all. I put it away for 2 days. My mom was kind of worried actually. So now that I'm back, I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, I have to go grocery shopping. Like I literally have like 3 eggs and almond milk in my fridge. I have nothing. I have to clean my house. I have to unpack. I have to like go to the gym and prep everything, do some admin work. So it's interesting how like, you go away for a little bit to just kind of like clear your mind and reset. But then it's like, do you really reset? Because you come back to
Right.
all everything.
It's a lot. Well, it's a good point. Guys, take care of yourself. This is so much to keep track of. Let us take a little bit of the load off. You got Alejandro watching the feuds. You got me watching. I don't know, just about everything. But I feel you. There's not enough hours in the day. So we use our community. Lean on your community, guys. Thank you all. And by the way, we are doing earnings tomorrow because I was like, what's the big one? It's Penguin. We were just talking about it. I will have a better view of Penguin. We're going to refine the narrative and get you some very specific metrics to watch for on that print. So we're going to be looking at Penguin. We're going to be trading Penguin. I got to get my hands dirty with this one because I do love the play. We also have Kura Sushi, KRUS. This is an interesting one because it's a Trump play. Why is he buying a sushi company? I don't know, but he is. So we're going to dig into that too. There's going to be some interesting stuff. Something is fishy here. No pun intended. So those are what's up for earnings tomorrow. And then we also have Wednesday earnings. We got Levi Strauss. We got jeans for days. And we're going to be talking about them, seeing where they're heading. And that's what we got around the corner. I'm going to stop rambling. I'm going to let Alejandra go buy some damn eggs because we can't let her starve out here. That's all I got here. Any last words for these people?
I am hosting a free class tonight at 7:30 PST. So if you want to join my Discord, you have to join through WAP. The link is on my bio. Just type the word freedom on the DMs and you should receive the link automatically. So thanks, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. And we're going to leave it at that. See you later.
Bye.